Good afternoon. This is a special meeting of the City Council of Louisville, Colorado. Specifically, it's our budget retreat, which is an annual meeting. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Hefner.
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton. Here. Councilmember Cooperman.
Here.
Councilmember Fahey.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Here.
Councilmember Kern. Mayor Lay.
Here. If you join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. Before we get underway, one preliminary announcement, and a very important one. The newest resident in the city of Louisville is Wells Metcalf Hefner. Congratulations to the father, who is given up 3 a.m. yesterday morning.
Yeah, Monday morning, whatever day that was.
2 days ago. So congratulations and thank you for your family, particularly for making the sacrifice to be here today. Dietrich is the chair of our finance committee, so it's especially important that he be here, but he could come in by Zoom and chose to be here today, and I think that's a great thing for all of us. I have some preliminaries that I guess I want to start out with, because we've got a lot of material to go over today and some very important decisions to make, at least on a provisional basis. That is to say, maybe not a final decision. Our final decision technically is November 5th, I believe, is the date on the calendar. But as we are going, we are gradually getting to a place over time where we're making more decisions, and there are fewer and fewer decisions that we have to make, and we're refining and so forth. This is it's not quite a funnel, because hopefully today we refine a lot. That's the whole point of a budget retreat. And we're currently in the first year of a 2-year budget cycle. All right, and as you might be able to see from people who are on on the Zoom, we are having a working session, which means we're eating right now. So if you happen, we'll try to turn off our microphones so you don't hear us chomp. But if you see that, we're just feeding the furnace so we can keep going and move through this expeditiously. Some preliminary thoughts. This is going to be a very challenging meeting. I just mean that in the sense that there are going to be some difficult choices that we make, some difficult policy decisions that we have to go through. And I know we're all up to it, staff's up to it, I think the public is up to it, but nonetheless difficult. You know, when I think of what council does, we really sort of do 3 main things. And one of them is we make general policy decisions for the city with a special attention to core services of the city. We make land use policy and decisions for the city, very critical. And we make budgetary decisions. And we pick a city manager. That's pretty important too, which we did this year. So welcome to Diana Langley. It's her first budget retreat. It's a busy year. Everybody knows that. That's something perhaps we say every year, but there's a lot going on just with comp plan and elections and other things. But as we'll see, budget presents a lot of issues as well. On the policymaking front, the public really deserves to know what our thinking is at this point in time about the budget and what the priorities are for this year and going forward. you need to know our general direction. I think that's an important piece, and we need to direct staff, which is part of what budget making and budget adjustment is all about, is signaling staff to either change course or trim the sails or slow down, speed up, well, throw things overboard or unload them at least for a period of time. So that's kind of generally what we're about. I want to sort of focus for a minute on council in particular, because this is an important discussion. As I said, the decisions are provisional. We all know that this isn't the last time we'll have input from staff, from the public, from one another. We're scheduled for 5 hours today. About 11 minutes in. It would be great to finish up at 3:30 or 4 if we could. Like to make it as short as possible, but not more so, I think is the way I would put it. And maybe another way of putting it is hopefully to encourage a flow in the whole process. The slide deck today, if you've looked at the packet, and I know council has, is a long one, but it's not unfamiliar to us. We've had staff who've polished it up. A lot of you around the table, all the directors that are around the table and others from staff have been developing it. It's seen the light of day for the public. It's seen Finance Committee has gone over this individually with the finance director, as well as in meetings that many of us have attended. So we're not unfamiliar with the issues that we've got going today. But one thing I can tell you, and maybe we know, is that the staff has structured this slide deck, the presentation itself, with natural breaks for us to provide or to provide us with time to ask questions and clarifications. We have an active council, and in my business, when you're making arguments before an appellate court, we call that a hot bench. You all don't hesitate to ask questions when you need to, and I think that's a great thing. There's a flow to the presentation, though, as I said, and if you can, let it flow. Those breaks are going to be important for us to get clarification. We can go back over slides that we have need to do, but if we can let the presentation move through that bucket of slides to the that would be great. Interruptions are necessary. Sometimes that is important. Most interruptions, I think, in this presentation are not necessary until the break. And I promise other council members right now that I will make sure to allow everybody to answer questions, ask questions, so that we can get all of those out. If humanly possible, just wait to the breaks to get those questions and clarifications out. Another point that I kind of want to make at the outset is we need not and should not get bogged down in details. If that seems to be occurring, I'm going to try to move us out of the bog and onto the higher ground of policymaking and decision making. As I said, I'll make sure that people have time and space to ask questions. What I'd like to encourage in that process is for council members to consolidate their questions. So we can go around at least on the first pass and get everybody, each person's questions out. That'll allow for avoiding duplication. We can proceed by exception so that, we don't have to be redundant. And I think that will minimize the number of passes through council. When we go through questions, often they spark additional questions. And after we go through each of us, it's perfectly appropriate to ask follow-up questions and so forth. That happens, but I'd really like to keep that as ordered as we can so that we can make sure to just do it expeditiously. So if you can consolidate the questions, that would be good. Same thing with the discussion that we'll have after we get questions answered. And then we'll take public comment after we've had the discussion, and people can, in the council chambers as well as online, can ask ask questions for us, for us to think about, make comments about what we've said, make comments about other things. So I want to pause because that was a mouthful, and ask, these are sort of what I propose to be the ground rules here, but I'd like to get any feedback that you all have as council members. Any questions, concerns, thoughts? Yes.
Just weigh in with a quick finance committee perspective, if you're ready for that.
Sure.
Which is, I think you've said most of it, but finance committee started on this budget at the very beginning of the year with Director Bailey. It's been a heavy lift to get it done early enough to have this level of detail by this point in the year. I'm very pleased with what's been developed so far in terms of ironing out a lot of the issues that can be ironed out at the staff level, trying to distill the policy choices into this really helpful one-pager we have in front of us, and just doing the sort of the pre-work to make this meeting a good meeting. So to all the points the mayor made, I agree and think we have our work cut out for us, but no more than that, thanks to the extensive efforts of staff.
Thank you. And with that, I think we'll turn it over to the city manager for some thoughts and
Thank you.
starting the presentation.
I want to thank council for getting us to this point. It was the multiple finance committee meetings. The meeting that we had last week where the directors did presentations on their challenges, opportunities, and then also their budget requests. But I'd also like to take this time to thank all of the department heads and the staff that support them. It's through all of that work that Ryder and Mahyar and their team were able to distill it down into the requests that you see before you today. And so fantastic job to the directors, and then just really want to call out Ryder, Mahyar, and the finance team because they've done just a fantastic job of getting us to this point. So thank you. With that, Ryder.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Welcome everybody to the budget retreat. I too would like to thank our city department directors and their staff for the work to get us to this far in the process. I'd also like to acknowledge the outstanding work of the gentleman sitting to my left, Mr. Mahyar Mansourabadi, analyst who's been instrumental in compiling and analyzing the information to date. I'd also like to thank the Finance Committee and Chair Hoffner for their guidance and direction so far in this process. I think we're starting in a pretty good spot. I would like to start with the purpose of today's budget meeting and what success looks like to me. You'll be presented with a lot of information today and a lot of details, but along the way, we're going to be seeking your direction at council decision points. To help us along with that process, staff has created this one pager for you so you can kind of see where we'll be stopping along the way. Recall that the city adopts a biannual budget. Therefore, we started with the base 2026 budget this year. Department heads, staff, and others largely adhered to this budget with only minor changes, edits, and requests that were received during the cycle, all of which will be covered in today's presentation. All right. today's agenda. We'll begin by setting the stage and a foundation. We'll discuss the budget process, the calendar, budget guidelines, relevant financial policies, council priorities, city manager priorities, key considerations, what we're seeing in other communities and jurisdictions, and hone in on fiscal and policy issues with significant potential impacts. We'll begin with some initial focus areas of budget development and pathways towards structural balance. The general fund, the parks fund, again, we'll be stopping at some decision points. We'll cover initial major revenue assumptions and expenditure targets. We'll go over city manager recommended adjustments, operation and capital, and other pending items. We'll go over long-term financial forecasts. We'll revisit fiscal and policy issues with significant impacts. Towards the end, we'll have board and commission requests. We have a number of appendices to this presentation. These are for information only. I do not plan on covering these today during our presentation. So with that, let's set the stage. Our budget calendar. So what's not on this slide that was referenced by the mayor and the finance committee chair is the significant and extensive work undertaken last year in developing our biennial budget, of which this supplemental budget year is developed off of. From March to May, we received new capital, operational, and personnel expansion requests. They were developed. May to June, department 2026 operational budget was developed and refined by department heads. May to June, preliminary revenue estimates were prepared. June to today, finance and CMO staff consolidated those inputs and developed the materials for the budget retreat. Earlier this month, we had a special meeting convened of the Finance Committee to go over the 2026 budget. Here we are today, Wednesday, July 23rd, discussing the City Council's annual budget retreat. Next steps include the city manager recommended budget presentation Tuesday, September 2nd, budget working sessions as necessary. Tuesday, the third Tuesday in October, will be our final budget presentation with slated adoption for Monday, November 3rd. We'll begin with budget guidelines. The city is developing its second year of the 25-26 biennial budget and 6-year CIP plan with only minor adjustments anticipated. This budget process aims to allocate resources in alignment with our priorities. Structurally balanced, which you'll hear a few times today, means that one-time funding, fund balance or one-time revenues, should fund one-time expenditures, not ongoing funding. Line item adjustments, if any, are based upon detailed analysis and projections. Staffing requests will include detailed and specific information defining the need. And as the mayor alluded to, given existing and potential fiscal challenges, our community's high level of expectations, we expect the budget development process to generate some challenging conversations and difficult decisions. Moving on to the city's financial policies, which are posted on our finance department's webpage and annually reviewed by the finance committee, last amended May 7th, 2024. The financial policies are broken down in 8 sections, including introduction, of which the ones asterisks here have a direct impact on the development of our budget. Reserve policies, revenue policies, operating budget policies, to name a few. Your 2025 City Council priorities are economic vitality, core services, safety, housing, through the lens of equity, diversity, inclusion, and environmental sustainability. Again, the city's budget is developed within this framework. Our city manager's priorities: to prioritize our existing critical and core functions. This includes public safety and critical infrastructure. To address the long-term stability of the Parks Fund. To invest in our city staff with emphasis on retention, training, and professional development. To continuously evaluate cost-saving opportunities and efficiencies. To evaluate fees and cost allocations where appropriate. And should funding be available to enhance our services, emphasis will be placed on life and safety, such as police department market adjustments and joining the Office of Disaster Management, ODM of Boulder County. A few trends that you'll see throughout this presentation and fiscal and policy issues that have the potential to have significant impacts to the budget process are the general trend of expense growth outpacing our revenue growth. And we're seeing projected slowing sales, use, and property tax growth, as well as personnel cost and retention outpacing that. We would like to address the general fund and parks fund structural imbalance, and we'll have pathways to do so today. We'll discuss service level alignments. We will discuss the open space acquisition target reserve, specifically requesting a dollar amount. And we'll touch on the upcoming, but well in advance of expiration of the historic preservation tax that expires the end of 2028. So we'll revisit these issues during and at the end of the presentation. So this slide aims to put you on notice and or awareness of council direction that will be sought today. You can again reference our one pager as well. So initially we'll address the preliminary general fund gap while balanced, not structurally balanced for 2026. We'll discuss additions and service level expansions, potential reductions, and a pathway to being structurally balanced. We'll touch on the Parks Fund long-term structural imbalance. We'll provide pathways to structurally balance there. Some options may include tapping into the Conservation Trust Fund, adjusting future general fund transfer, inflationary factor, and potential service level adjustments. We'll spend some time on operational and capital recommended adjustments and some that are still pending. We'll also touch on, for decision points, board and commission requests, service level alignments, the open space acquisition reserve target, and the expiration of the historical preservation tax. Some key considerations for this process are that we are not alone. Other jurisdictions and cities are going through something similar. We'll go over that on our next slide. That the city of Louisville has a high quality of life and receives high levels of service. The city has taken on truly inspirational and impressive work, but we need to balance that with available resources. There are pathways through this. We are seeking your guidance on those pathways forward, and we will have a balanced budget for adoption this fall. So to set some context, here are what some of our neighboring communities are experiencing as they develop their budgets. We see the city of Fort Collins having a shortfall leading to a hiring pause. The city of Boulder hiring freeze amid their projected budgetary shortfall. The city of Aurora, similar fashion cuts, but also fees to balance in those finances. And then you get to some of our larger jurisdictions, which much larger shortfalls, like the city of Denver, which is likely to experience layoffs, and then the state of Colorado at just a few hundred million, under $1 billion. But we will continue to monitor those trends and impacts to our neighboring jurisdictions as well as our own. Okay, now we're on to our initial areas of focus, emphasis of budget development, and we'll begin with the general fund. So the general fund's preliminary structural 2026 structural imbalance. So the general fund's forecasted 2026 revenue is $28.7 million. This does include $1 million in anticipated one-time FEMA revenues. And to put this in perspective with our 2026 base budget, we do a 2-year budget, it's roughly $300,000 higher than our base budget. On the next slide, I'll go through what those modifications are. General fund forecasted 2026 expenses at $30.1 million. This is just a tick above what our 30.3 base budget costs were. Within that 30.1, there's approximately $400,000 in one-time expenses. So our preliminary gap today for the 2025-2026 general fund is $900,000, of which $500,000 is structural or ongoing, and the $400,000 is the one-time expenses I just mentioned a moment ago. Again, this does incorporate operational turnback into our model at 5.5% or $1.5 million. These are our preliminary efforts and not the recommended budget, and we will be seeking your feedback on pathways to address this. A moment ago, I mentioned there was some variation from our base budget to what we're recommending today, and that we do leverage the 2026 base budget in developing the budget as is. But rest assured that finance and department staff analyze all revenue accounts each budget cycle, and sometimes a lot more frequently than that. Here is a summary of those adjustments with emphasis on the general fund. However, it should be noted that some of these revenues impact multiple funds, or in some cases, all funds. So I'll just go top to bottom, but maybe what I'll do is start with the chart on the right, and you can see on the left-hand side our base budget. This is from our base model. And on the right-hand side, thank you, is where we are today, $300,000 higher. Okay, so we have revenue categories on the left. Sales tax. This is a critical source of revenue for the city. It funds a lot of our basic core functions. but also many other funds as well. You okay if I put the laser pointer on this screen over here? I can only do one or the other. Cool. All right. So sales tax at this time, we are just below budget year to date and just below year over year growth. So we're not proposing any adjustments to sales tax from our base budget, but it's worthy to say that this is a pretty large lever that we'll continue to watch very closely. Sales tax is ongoing revenue. It impacts multiple funds. Later on, we'll have a slide that goes through all the funds that are impacted by the sales tax. Property tax, modest growth is being projected at this time. This is property tax for our general fund, roughly 1% delta, but we'll wait to get preliminary assessed value assessments from our assessor in mid to late August. So that'll be part of the $300,000 variance or delta year over year. Interest income, we're seeing better than anticipated interest income across the board. Again, this hits all funds. Any fund that has fund balance, any fund that has cash gets an allocation of this interest. So it's a $200,000 lift to the general fund and nearly $1 million across all of our funds. This is being driven by increasing yields and higher cash balances held. Offset by consumer use tax, we're seeing a decline trend in consumer use tax. We spent some time earlier this year at the Finance Committee talking about it, really driven by two factors. We're seeing use tax becoming sales tax, as people pay sales tax, which is our preferred method of receiving it, and some rebates that are and credits to the BAT program that lower the use tax revenue as well. So continuing down this chart to get to about the $300,000 delta is construction permits. We're seeing a little bit of a lift there to our base budget, largely driven by development and specifically red tail. Marijuana tax, we're seeing this decline, really driven two factors, just lower use across the board and the state taking a larger chunk of the revenues. Co-responder grant, this is a one-time revenue source. This is that helps us fund our IGA with Boulder County. Superior libraries, the IGA with Superior for library services, this has increased and this helps offset the delivery of library services within our general fund and to our city residents. Highway user taxes better than we had projected and offset from something I believe you all saw last night, the franchise fee from Comcast. So just kind of highlighting that we do look at every revenue account every year and more often than that to make sure that we're given the attention that it deserves. So with an emphasis on the general fund. So continuing on, I'll zoom in on the general fund here. So forecasted revenue for 2026 is currently 28.7 million, of which 27.7 is ongoing. The delta between those numbers is the anticipated one-time revenues from FEMA. This is a $0.3 million increase, what I just covered in the previous slide, $0.3 million increase or approximately a 1% increase from the 2026 base budget. So you can see the one-time revenues on the top and the 27.7, the deeper blue is our ongoing revenues on the left-hand side. The general fund's forecasted 2026 expenses is 30.1 million, of which 29.7 is ongoing. Previously, I mentioned about 400,000 in one-time expenses are in the budget right now, 400,000. The 0.1 delta is roughly a 0% increase from 2026 base budget. Once you factor in the turn back, you've got forecasted expenses in the general fund of 28.2 million. So the structural delta that we're looking to address today, and we'll have a pathway to do so, is 0.5 million, $500,000. And that's really the delta of 27.7 and 28.2. I could add that our projected fund balance at the end of the year right now is 17.1, end of 2026, which is in excess of our minimum reserve, which is 15% of our operations, and in excess of our target reserve, which is 25% of our operation expenses. Okay, zooming out of 2026, this is our long-term forecast for the general fund. So you can see it's a little bit challenging, but stacked on top of the 2026, you see the large blue amount, the 27.7 ongoing, the 1 million in FEMA revenue, and then the one-time expenses, which is really hard to see on top of this larger bar. We run forecasts on this fund. We forecast revenue growth, salary, expense growth, and you can see one of the reasons why you want to address a structural imbalance earlier in the model rather than later is it tends to compound and you get towards the end of the model and it's pretty out of balance. I would add, we are projected to exceed our minimum and targets at this point, even as the budget is demonstrated or presented today. Okay, closing the gap, staff actions. We will continue to refine our forecasts, including revenue and our costs. There is a potential to reallocate resources to higher priorities, which would likely include programmatic and service level adjustments. We may reassess vacant positions. We may reassess city policies. We will continuously evaluate cost saving opportunities and efficiencies, and we will evaluate our fees and cost allocations as appropriate. All this may be impacted by future development and policies. Okay, we're here at your first decision point where staff is seeking your guidance, but I'll run through this pathway to close that $500,000 structural imbalance. The first is we have budgeted currently a wind hail deductible buy down. Now we have insurance on our buildings for wind and hail, but what this allows us to do is buy down proactively the deductible. For example, the deductible is 3% of the building's value. So if you have a very expensive building, your deductible could be rather high. An example would be the rec center building is in the mid 20 millions. So 3% of that would be around 700,000. This process, this thing that we have done in recent years would buy down that deductible to 150,000. Now, if it's a lower value building, like the library, the delta from our 3% deductible to the 150 buy down would be more negligible. This is a proposed pathway to close that gap in the general fund. And furthermore, it would impact other funds that have buildings in the city. So the 125 is specific to the general fund. Another part of this pathway would be reducing the rebatement line item in the community development budget. This would anticipate saving about 50,000 in that fund. We looked at this line item account, we looked at trend, and we feel that we can make this reduction without any impacts to abatement. And if something comes along, we could discuss it further. A policy change, this would be to shift our computer hardware cost allocations from the general fund into the capital fund. We've received feedback from finance committee and city council to evaluate any costs that are potentially capital nature could come out of the general fund. This policy change is very similar in alignment with what we did in the prior year for vehicles. So shifting computer hardware allocations from the general fund into the capital fund would have a general fund savings of approximately $110,000. Again, this would push $110,000 to the capital fund. Another pathway, another option within this pathway would be to eliminate the vacant risk management specialist position. This would save about $135,000 in the general fund, with the duties being absorbed by a few staff members in the city, the executive assistant in the city manager's office, with some duties falling upon HR department and their benefits position. Another pathway, another part of this pathway would be incorporating a revised health insurance cost increase. Previously, July 1st, we had it's estimated a 10% increase. Good news to share. HR has been working very hard to drive down these costs, and it looks like it's more reasonable to be a 5% increase at this time. So that savings to the general fund, and again, this would cross many funds, is estimated at about $80,000. These recommendations in total $500,000, which would close the structural imbalance. There are other items for consideration. We could do more fee reviews and evaluate cost recovery. We can continue to review our cost allocations. We've started to this year. We still have a little bit more work to do. We can review our cell tower leases at city facilities, and we can evaluate some of our investments in community events. So with that, this would be a good time to pause for discussion and feedback on this pathway.
Council members, take you one at a time. Yep. Councilmember Cooperman.
To ask a couple of questions. So for the first item, the wind hail deductible, does that apply? Let's say we had hail damage at a few different buildings. Do we have a deductible for each building, or do we just have one deductible and then?
This is probably best answered by a risk management specialist, but we have multiple buildings. So each deductible with each building, I get unsure around if it's one event. So I can get more detail on that, but I don't have the answer.
Okay, that's right. And then I was wondering, have we looked at like how much hail or wind damage we've had in previous years and sort of averaged that out to see whether this is, whether it's a smart move to pay the $125,000 or not,
That's an excellent question. I know we've done this the last few years and have not had a hailstorm that we
Right.
utilized in the last 2 years. I think if you look a little further back, we might have had a hailstorm and not had this buy down.
Mhm.
So it's sort of a risk tolerance there.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll add. So I signed our wind hail buy down this year. The day I signed our buy down, we had our first hail event in March.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did we use the buy down? I mean, was it necessary and helpful and
We have not yet. We have not had a hail event that it required the damage that we would need to use it.
I think that was.
And then could you just say another word about the second item? I still don't know what this abatement line item is.
Rob, would you
or-
mind? Thank you.
So we carry, so if there's a dilapidated structure and we need to go in and take proactive measures, we would probably put a lien on the property and recoup that money at some point, but we need money on hand to pay a contractor to do the abatement if we need to take care of a damaged building. Traditionally, we really haven't had to do that. So rather than having the money on hand, if that extraordinary issue came up, we'd probably have to come for a budget amendment instead.
And then just for the fourth one about the risk management specialist, could we just get a brief update on like sort of what is the status of risk management at the city, and do we feel like it's okay at the moment to have a vacant position?
So HR has been doing, this position has been housed in HR. The person that was doing it retired around March. Just came back about a week and a half ago on a part-time basis, but only staying through the end of the year. And this is a position that primarily covers workers' comp and then liability. And so the thought is that workers' comp will stay with human resources, and the liability piece, which used to be done by the executive assistant in the city manager's office, will go back to the executive assistant in the city manager's office. And so in splitting the duties, we feel like we have the ability to eliminate this position and create those salary savings.
Thank you very much.
Other questions, Councilmember Cooperman? Okay. Other questions from council?
Sure.
Yes, Councilmember.
So I think my maybe larger policy question is, we are 6 months from the start of 2026, 18 months from the end of 2026, and we have a budget that is imbalanced by about 1%, 1.7%. Is there any sort of with polling margin of error tolerance of, I think it's remarkable that you found exactly $500,000 we can cut, and not 501, not 510, not 520, right? These add up to exactly 500 because we're going to be exactly 500 short, right? My joke obviously is 18 months from now, none of these numbers are accurate because they can't be, they're forecasts. Do we have any margin for error that's comfortable where, talking about a $50,000 reduction in something that's not even a real thing, right? It's a holding place in case something happens. We're going to get rid of that to get a 0.001% rounding error change in a wildly, unknown forecast. Is there any margin for error that's comfortable for you, Manager Langley, that this exercise of getting to 0.00 is a hard exercise for me when the numbers are as big as they are?
Mayor Pro Tem, fair question. My strategy and approach is to hear with our financial policies, which is present for you a structurally balanced budget. I too understand that creating a budget is as much as art as it is science. As far as we go with revenues, we are consistently reviewing them and analyzing them and adjusting if necessary. I think we've got a little more clarity with our expense growth because it's often with personnel, and we control markets and markets and merits. So I hear where you're coming from margin of error. We're dealing with tens of millions, if not up to 100 million for a whole budget. But my goal is to present to you all a structurally balanced budget. So we're in a good starting place. So when things are different than what we had thought today, 6 months in advance or year and a half in advance, we're able to adjust and weather them.
Okay, so I guess part of my question is, like, if you go back to the slide with the adjustments of like, I think 2.9 million up, or no, 291,000 up. Sorry, I had the numbers but not in decimal place. Can we go back a few slides?
Are you able to go have the slide up? 1 second.
Sorry about that. So, yeah, in this slide, again, like, how confident are we on the consumer use tax decrease of $500,000? Because that's the entire shortfall. Like, is it possible in 2026? That's not true. We do get what we, like, obviously, you came to this number somehow, but like, maybe that's only minus 250. Maybe that's only minus 300, and we don't have to cut a service. I'm just trying to understand how locked in we are on this number, or if sales tax is, maybe plus 200, we don't have to cut a rounding, a $50,000 thing. So just trying to understand how solid these numbers are, or if they've already, like, God, it actually could be minus 1 million, and I'm saying it's only minus 500. To go all the way to zero would be absolutely irresponsible. Like, how locked in is that, for instance, that negative 500 consumer use tax?
Mayor Pro Tem, we did pretty good analysis on the consumer use tax. We're seeing a trend. I want to say today we are budgeted at 3.5 million, and we are pretty well below that percentage year to date.
Yeah.
So this is the best analysis I have today. I mean, I would love to optimistically think it'll be greater, but just seems our last few years, our trend is it is declining. I think this is with the data available today, a good number to use. And again, one that we will keep an eye on monthly.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And then, so for me, from a process perspective, 3 months down the road, we're October, anyways, a little bit down the road when we're going to final adoption, this number looks more like minus 300 for next year. Are we, potentially recalculating some things we might be cutting today if we get better news in the next 3 months? Are those things automatically back? I think one of those things I've been curious about with budgeting generally is like, what do we do? Can we prioritize now? What happens if the numbers improve? So, like almost like a rank order of the things we're looking to cut in that future slide. You can go back to the slide we were on, but so you got like a minus 125. Geez, we're gonna not pay this $125,000 and then have a hail event and then be out hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? So this could be really damaging. So maybe this one I want to add back first. If anything start, so is there any sort of rank choice of what gets added back of these cuts? I know you've already done hundreds of cuts that we're not looking at right now, but is this just one lump sum, or can we talk about that?
So I'd like to go back to your original question. From staff's perspective, it's our responsibility to present a balanced budget to you. It's council's decision if you want to do something different. And in evaluating this budget, we're putting forward, if you go back to the slide that has the general fund, the projections, slide 19, please. Looking forward at the financial forecasts, and this is kind of a best case scenario slide. We have a slide that's coming up that shows zero sales tax growth. We are presenting a balanced budget because looking forward, we anticipate to continue to have to evaluate costs and services. And so with the recommendation, this was kind of the easier cut because we have not been able to have the core services discussion yet. As we move forward over the next few months in preparation for the 27-28 budget, we will have to dive more into the core services discussion. So to your last question, yes, as we go into October, evaluating where we are with sales tax, where we are with the consumer use tax, there could be some potential to add things back in and prioritize. But looking forward, we're still going to be having discussions about how we cut 27-28. And these are going to be deeper, more difficult conversations as to how we address. And that slide that showed some potential options, we're going to be looking at fees. We're going to be looking at, vacant positions and should they be reallocated in different ways to better serve the services that we need to provide? Those are all things we're going to be doing over the next few months as we prep for the 27-28 budget.
So if I were to rephrase, you're not horribly concerned about 2026, 2025 right now, or 2026. But the writing is on the wall that 27, 28, 29 are going to be really rough. And so if we can start the process sooner and be thoughtful about things now, we'll set ourselves up a little better for a tougher out years.
Correct. And I mean, we have a healthy fund balance, but as Louisville has experienced, there's a lot of things that could happen, unanticipated things that can eat away at that fund balance. You have one major emergency that costs millions of dollars in that fund balance. And so there's a question the other day of would we recommend going below the target reserve? No, we would not recommend going before the target reserve. And so, we're just trying to anticipate looking ahead, to figure out how to carry us forward in a fiscally conservative manner while also balancing that with the services that we provide to the community, recognizing that at some point we are going to have discussion about the services that we provide to the community and modifications of that, and balance that with the needs of the department heads and looking at how we reallocate resources to address some of the areas that we need to focus on that are priorities to council.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think, and for some transparency, if there's any confusion, I'm not on the finance committee, so I'm not in part of these conversations on a monthly cadence. And so I probably have, more questions or more things to add than at least three of my colleagues. But, what I have again noticed and had other people in your seat, city manager, but when catastrophe comes, the general fund increases. And so as opposed to decreasing, you can see COVID, it went up. You can see the Marshall Fire, it went up. So if another disaster comes, gosh, we might be over 20 million. That's been the trend, is that we get more and more money. And so what we have is a need for a structural balance, a structurally balanced budget, so that can never decrease, and then it keeps on increasing because it's complicated, all the different reasons it increases. I keep waiting for and looking for and wanting to hear, what are we going to spend $5 million on so that the trajectory is better 5 years out? What are we going to spend? We have $12 million above our minimum. What are we going to spend $12 million on so that the number grows over the next 10 years instead of declining over the next 10 years? And in my 6 years on council, I've never heard back the thing that, like, gosh, if we decided to self-insure, that would cost us $5 million tomorrow and save us $1 million a year forever. If we were to X, if we were to Y, like, so that's a bigger conversation maybe than we're prepared to have today. But we can't spend our fund balance because that's illegal. We can't say we're going to just spend it down and have an imbalanced budget, but then we have nothing to spend the money on to help the situation. And so that's frustrating for me to watch us continue to figure out how to nitpick $50,000. And then our budget, our general fund goes from 12 to 15 to 16 to $18 million. And we're worried about $50,000 cut. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. And so I want to figure out a way that we're using this general fund balance to make our out years better. And I don't know if that's going to come up at all today, but I'll finish with, I think the suggested adjustments of the 500K are all fine to me. I think the insurance one is the one that bothers me the most because it has the chance of really coming back to bite us. And we see it. I mean, that's how insurance works. It doesn't help you, doesn't help you, then it rebuilds your house, right? And so, yeah, it hasn't helped for the last few years, but then it's going to rebuild the roof of the rec center. So, that's the one that bothers me the most. I'd like to not cut that one, but otherwise I think everything's fine. And I appreciate indulging with me my longer moment. But if you have any response to any of that, I appreciate it, but otherwise we can move on.
We do have a slide that does show the 0% sales tax, and you will see that we reduce the general fund reserve down to below target within 5 years.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Thank you. Thank you for helping actually to lay this out and bridge the gap. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of that and the intent of figuring out how we eliminate but still retain some of this coverage. I had one question and it goes all the way back to under city manager priorities, which I think are high council priorities as well on slide 10, where we talk about enhancing services should the funding be available for life and safety. So police department changes, and joining Boulder County's Office of Disaster Management. And rather, my concern is sort of like an insurance thing that Councilmember Dickinson brought up is these, I think, are high priorities, and we'll get into this more for the council, for the city. Is this, so rather than seeing if we have the funds, is there a way for us to anticipate into next year that we do need the funds for this? So this is ready to go. It's part of us balancing this budget versus if we can figure out if there's funds, then we can pay. Because I think these are important to our community members as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Krimp, thank you for that question. You're getting a little ahead of us here, but yes, actually, those 2 points are in the city manager's recommended budget as presented and included in our model. So we'll get onto these items in just a few.
Other questions? You know, we're going to hold you accountable for that, for answering the questions later.
Happy to.
Okay.
Before we move on, if we're okay moving on, do we have council concurrence and direction on the pathway?
I have just a couple of points, and then we can kind of give our, hopefully we can reach consensus. And some of these are just informational questions. If you go to that summary of revenue adjustment slide again, the consumer use tax impacts multiple funds. It's kind of, and so does the sales tax. And I guess interest income too, for obvious reasons. But can you explain a little more about that? And some of the questions I'm going to ask are ones that I think perhaps the public might have in these, but I'd like just a little bit more explanation of those 2 taxes.
Mayor, yes, if you don't mind, I'm going to call my sales and use tax guru, Mr. Travis Anderson, up to us to kind of dive in a little bit deeper on the consumer use tax.
You need a chair, man.
Hey, Stan, I'm good. So yeah, so basically with the use tax, part of what we saw is a lot of the decreases coming from when we had previous BAPs. We were given half that back, but we saw that whole amount hit the general fund, and then we were given a good portion back. And so when we're seeing
assistance program, you said BAPS.
yeah, the business assistance program. So we're seeing we don't have as many active BAPs going on right now. We had 2 really big biotech companies, and that's what really shot that number up over the last few years. And as they're not there, that number's come down. But again, we were given a good portion of that back as it was.
Got it. Thanks. Going on to the main slide there, the decision slide, if you will. I think I agree with Mayor Pro Tem about the wind and hail deductible. I come from Northeast Colorado and have learned to worry about hail a lot, and it's rather unpredictable nature. And when it hits, it's just a monumental disaster. And it has. I mean, we've had experience with that, so it's not unreasonable. So I am a little worried about not making that expenditure. The other one, I guess I have a question about, which is the vacant risk management specialist position. I remember when the person who was the incumbent in that position a few months ago before she retired was in the city manager's office and doing that. That was a natural function to split off a bit. But she's back doing some work. Is it anticipated that she's going to be, like, whatever she's doing is in fact going to get done by the end of the year and that'll be it?
So she's continuing to provide the liability piece of that position. The intent is for her to stay through the end of this year. During that time frame, we would transition the duties over to the executive assistant, which that position has been filled. And then, from a go forward basis, the executive assistant would be responsible for those duties. And so it would be, a 5-month transition. And, we anticipate that the executive assistant will have the capacity to be able to take that on.
So you've hired that
Yes.
person with that potential change in mind.
Right, correct.
Yeah, and I really do appreciate the city manager's office absorbing some of these savings and issues. I think that's it's leading by example, and I very much appreciate that personally. And I suspect the rest of council does too. If we don't, assuming just for a second that we don't do the buy down, these other items that you have at the bottom are potential areas for savings. They don't have numbers attached to them. I recognize that that may take extra work. Do you have a ballpark as to what each might include if you make certain assumptions about them?
Mayor, ballpark for some of these items. I don't know if it gets us to the 200,000 or the 125 for the wind deductible buy down, but it's certainly something that we could explore further and look into. I feel like what I'm also hearing is that the wind hail buy down is the least palatable of these options. And if revenues become better than expected, then that would be the first thing you'd want to add back. But I certainly think there's more work to be done on the other items for consideration that'll likely leak into future years as well.
Is the buy down issue something that can be deferred till sort of later in the budget cycle this time? So that we don't have to make that decision right now or we lose it for another year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would also note that you're going to have decisions further in the presentation related to recommendations for adjustments for this year. Some of those are ongoing. So you can make a decision as to whether or not you want to fund those. That would impact the bottom line. And, the fee review and cost recovery, we have some ideas of where we could implement fees. Now that then impacts the end user because they're being charged those fees. With community events, we know how much this community loves events. We'd want to have a lot more discussion with council before we even recommend that we, defund some of the community events. But I think that these are long-term conversations that we need to have. But there are slides further on that would give you the ability to make an adjustment elsewhere if you wanted to fund the wind hail deductible buy down.
That's all I have. We can read through those. Any other questions from council members that haven't chimed in? Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, just a few comments. I'll try and be brief. I think to the Mayor Pro Tem's points, I think we could, right? We're allowed to spend the fund balance. It's still a balanced budget if we're spending into fund balance. We aim for a structurally balanced budget, but we're not required to have a structurally balanced budget. And so we could spend down that fund balance and fund, for example, all of this stuff and still be, I think, following our own rules. I certainly lean toward the structural balance angle for the reasons I think the city manager stated. And I think to the philosophical point about sort of a budget's always gonna be wrong, right? Things cost more or less than you think. You have more or less revenue than you think. You don't always get to every project you've planned and so on. I always sort of think the goal is recognizing it's gonna be wrong, try and make it as accurate as you can with information you have. And then there is, I do think there's variance on either side of that. And I don't know that getting down to the $10,000 level it is especially helpful other than to say we should aim for a budget that if it happened exactly that way, we'd all be happy with it. And if we need to spend $10,000 out of fund balance, no big deal. And if we come in with extra money, great. So that's at least sort of my thinking on it. On the wind, hail deductible buy down, I think of that sort of as undertaking a little bit of self-insurance, right? Like we either have a higher deductible or lower deductible. And if it's higher, then we're assuming more of the risk. If it's lower, our insurers are assuming more of the risk. And it's in some ways like, partially self-insuring for hail, which I don't have a strong feeling on one way or the other. That's all.
Um, Yeah. Councilmember Hayden.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for presenting these pathway options for us. I am in agreement with what you've presented so far today in order to generate a structurally balanced budget. I hear the concerns about the wind hail deductible buy down, and would support further conversations about whether to include that or not at this point in time. With regards to the other items for consideration, it sounds like you're going to do this, but I'm going to explicitly say it anyways, that we investigate those as soon as possible, regardless of where we land on the big bullet points up there. Looking into the projections, better to start those conversations now rather than later, right? Okay, so I understood you correctly. Thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Fahey.
Yeah, I will agree with what has mostly been said here. I agree with most of these considerations. The wind hail deductible, I will say I'm very interested in maintaining insurance I will say that since I've been in Louisville, I have lost a roof and a dining room window to 2 different wind events, and a roof and a car to 2 different hail events. So, and then a house to the fire. So insurance is very important for disasters like that in this area. Just protecting our insurance coverage is important. With the management position, I think if we can have that absorbed by a different position, that would be wonderful. But I do want to discuss, I guess, the future of all of these options and what the actual implications would be to the budget.
Yeah, clarification. Oh,
Remember,
my mic's still on. The $125,000 decreases the deductible from what to what?
Mayor Pro Tem, it depends on the building.
Oh, okay.
I chose the rec center because it's one of the most expensive buildings. But the delta for something like, if I knew the value of our library, would be much smaller. If our library was 5.
Okay, so the 125 is for the entire policy. If only one building is damaged, which isn't that often in a hail event, but anyways, if one building is damaged, what is our highest deductible out there? I mean, it's a deductible, so it's known, right?
I would say, for clarification, it's about a $200,000 buy down, 125 is in the general fund. I would assume, I don't know this for certain, that our most expensive building is likely the rec center. The delta between 3% of the value, which is about 700,000, and the 150 buy down to that deductible would be roughly $500,000 savings for that building.
Okay. No, that's helpful. So it's like we're spending 125 to potentially save 500 is one way of looking at it, right? We're definitely not getting rid of our insurance, but if we did this for 3-4 years, it might pay for itself. But if we do it for 5 years, we're starting to spend more money than we should have. If it happens next year, it was a great investment, but that's an example that we might save ourselves $500K by investing $125K, or we're just throwing that $125K away. We don't know. Okay. I think that's helpful.
other comments, questions? It seems to me on that issue, there's some uncertainty, but there's around how often is a hailstorm going to come up and what's the likelihood of it being at various levels. That information, I just have got to believe, is available through insurance companies that we deal with or whatnot. It may make some sense not to spitball it But to really, I mean, we're trying to spitball it here, but I mean, it may be pretty easy to come up with the, the factors that would help us to say, oh, this is a good risk management decision. Let's buy it, let's buy down and we'll take the risk. And as Councilmember Hefner said, self-insure, or we say, it looks like it's more likely. I mean, that's a pretty standard risk management kind of problem. Maybe we need a little bit more. It sounds like folks are talking about either being a little unsure of it, but maybe needing a little more information, and that might be a good thing. And it sounds like I'm hearing consensus on reducing the abatement. There's been no real concern expressed about shifting computer hardware, eliminating the vacant risk management position, revising the health insurance increase. Is that fair on that group? Yeah. Okay. Anybody? And on the others, I agree personally with Councilmember Hamilton about investigating some of these other ones, because, partly we're coming up on other asks. So it's better to understand where some of the cost savings might happen, because we may want to consider those to cover other things. And it also sounds like there's at least some interest in evaluating whether some of the general fund balance might be used for some of the items that we might be dealing with later, or even a gap that might still exist. Have I captured it? Yes. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Any thumbs down? That's what I'll proceed by exception myself. Anybody objects to that, we'll get a thumbs down. All right. So you want to continue?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that direction. Another initial area of budget refinement will be under the Parks Fund. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mahyar.
Good afternoon, council members. We discussed the general fund gap and potential pathways to address the issue. Now we'll pivot over to the Parks Fund. The forecasted 2026 revenue is 2.7 million. This has stayed flat from the base budget. The forecasted 2026 expenses, as presented, is 3 million. Base 2026 expenses was 2.9 million. The change in expense comes from personnel costs. The preliminary 2026 gap for the Parks Fund is about 90,000. This does incorporate operational turnback of 178,000. This reflects staff's preliminary efforts and is not the city manager's recommended budget. We are seeking council feedback on potential pathways to address the structural imbalance. Continuing with the Parks Fund, we will take a closer look at 2026. Total revenues, 2.7 million, with 1.1 million of that being the annual transfer from the general fund. Total forecasted 2026 expenses are 3 million. This does include department staff proposed 18,000 in professional services reduction, with no new FTEs or operational and ongoing requests. After turnback, forecasted costs are 2.8 million, with turnback being 178,000. Zooming out, here's the forecast for the Parks Fund. Moving from left to right, in 2024, the large transfer in light blue was a closeout of the former fund, a significant portion of which was tied to fund-specific parks capital projects. 2025 is the last year due to carry forward. There are capital projects in the fund. These are planned to be funded by fund balance, and due to the timing nature of capital, projects may continue into the future years. 2026 and beyond, revenues are less than operational expenses, continuing with the overall trend of expenses outpacing revenues. And by 2029, fund balance will be below the minimum reserve. We do have some pathway options that we will address the structural imbalance on the next slide. Pathway options, utilizing the Conservation Trust Fund for park operations. This would be a transfer from the Conservation Trust Fund into the Parks Fund on an annual basis. At a minimum, we would need to transfer $100,000 to have a structurally balanced Parks Fund for 2026. As an alternative, we could transfer $200,000, which is approximately the total annual Conservation Trust Fund revenue. This could have potential impacts on the capital fund and other divisions that utilize the Conservation Trust Fund. Another pathway option could be evaluating reductions to existing service levels. We can also look at the inflationary growth factor methodology for the annual general fund transfer. For some context, the annual general fund transfer increases are tied to regional CPI by policy. Council could direct staff to propose an adjustment to the financial policy that defines the increase to the extent feasible that could be borne by the general fund. We discussed a potential pathway being an annual transfer from the Conservation Trust Fund and potential impacts. To further elaborate on the detail, we'll take a look at what we have planned in expenses. Here's a summary of what the Conservation Trust Fund is paying for. In 2021, Parks purchased some equipment. It's the $17,000 that you see. Between 22 to 23, there was a pause post-Marshall Fire, and picked up again from 2024 to 2030. The fund will be covering playgrounds, wayfinding, and signs for parks and open space. Here's a look at the Conservation Trust Fund long-term forecast with a $100,000 transfer out to parks on an annual basis. This is shown in the lighter red. If we were to transfer $100,000 to the parks, from the CTF, that would be able to, if we were to transfer $100,000 to parks from the Conservation Trust Fund, we would be able to continue with our planned capital projects that we looked at the prior slide all the way through 2030. Going back to the Parks Fund, this chart shows 2026 if we transferred $100,000 from the Conservation Trust Fund. The transfer would bring parks revenue to $2.8 million, making the Parks Fund structurally balanced in 2026. Zooming out and taking a look through 2030, the Parks Fund will meet the minimum reserve through 2030 with the $100,000 Conservation Trust Fund transfer. This would help us get through the budget cycle and allow us to plan for a long-term solution. I'll return back to the prior slide for discussion on park direction.
Thank you, Mahyar. We're at another decision point for you all. We're on slide 25, seeking your feedback, direction, discussion along closing the structural imbalance for the Parks Fund.
Council members, questions? Yes, Representative.
So I like the idea of using the Conservation Trust Fund. What other things have we used it for in the past? I mean, it has the feeling right now of like free money. Oh, there's just $200,000 in there that we don't use for anything. Let's use it for this. What have we used it for in the past? What's the stated, purpose of it? Obviously, it comes from lottery proceeds, but like, what is the alternative for this money?
Mayor Pro Tem, through our CIP plan, it's largely spent on playground equipment replacement, and wayfinding and signage capital expenditures. Historically at the city, that's what we've spent it on. What you'll see is some jurisdictions that are closer to build out transitioning their conservation lottery funding towards operations. We just haven't done that here at the city.
Okay, so it's been for the bigger projects, and so the pivot is same bucket of money, sort of, but instead of for projects, for maintenance or ongoing costs. Okay, well, I think the 100 makes a lot of sense. Might be nice to leave the other 100 in there for projects or other things. So the options between 100 or 200, I would lean towards the sort of what we need, the 100, and leave the other 100 in there for projects, but I think it's a good solution.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah, just a clarification as a follow-up. So did you say if we transfer the 200 or basically the total balance from the Conservation Trust Fund, does that jeopardize what we've planned for capital projects going forward? I wasn't.
Councilmember, that is correct. Yes. 100,000 can be borne by the fund without impacting the existing projects. It gets you a structurally balanced in 26. When you step back and look at the larger picture, you can see if you go to you can see on this one, if you step back at 100,000, it doesn't solve it long term. But if you go above and beyond the 100,000, you're going to impact the projects that are planned,
Right.
which then you would have the options to direct them to different funds or remove them from the program.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have other questions, Councilmember Cooperman?
Another question. So, with the general fund, we had a whole slide of possible ways to correct the structural imbalance. I just feel like with parks, so there's the $18,000 reduction. And then the only other option that you're sort of giving us is this conservation trust transfer. I don't know. I mean, has staff entertained other possibilities that you just don't want to show us or need more guidance around, or I don't know. Just felt like.
Yeah, I think, we are waiting on direction on whether there's an appetite to need to dig deeper into it. We have contingencies, that the fund has a finite amount of money and it's dedicated to operations because we don't have any capital projects coming out of the Parks Fund. So it would all be kind of determining our own parks level core services for things like mowing, part-time staffing, variable staffing, equipment, depreciation, supply costs, that kind of thing, would be the path we would go down that would be included in the reduction to existing service level.
Yeah.
One option for council would be to consider this for 1 year while we work towards the 27-28 budget, if it's council's desire. As we talk about core services and service levels, what operational changes that parks could do to structurally balance their budget without the utilization of the Conservation Trust Fund. With this recommendation, we would recommend that we do this to provide a structurally balanced budget for 2026, but we could bring it back as part of the 27-28 budget, along with the core services and service level discussion. As council recalls, there's been a report that's been prepared that already, Parks does a phenomenal job in providing a level of service that exceeds their current staffing levels. So when we talk about operations with staffing being 60 to 70% of the operational costs, with the rest being material, services, and supplies, we're really talking about staffing when we get to that point. We just didn't think that council was ready to have that conversation for this budget.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Hamilton and then Councilmember Hefner.
So I'll save my comments for a little bit, but my questions with the inflationary growth factor, can you remind us of when this general fund transfer was put into place? What year was that? And what was the inflationary factor? And if it hasn't kept up pace, the regional CPI number, what would you propose the number be instead?
Councilmember, that's an excellent question. I want to say the first time we did a transfer was approximately 2014. If you reference the financial policy, it goes back to 2006 park subsidy, and then we put inflation on top of that. So the first time the transfer was made was in the early 2010s with the methodology driven out park subsidy when it was within the general fund in 2006. You also asked a question about the inflation the CPI used, we use regional inflation factor, which is I think Denver, Aurora, Lakewood. That is not Louisville. That is not Boulder County. But we increased the transfer annually by that percent. Historically or recently since I've been here, 2 to 3% is about what it's grown by. Your question may be, is there a more localized inflationary factor that we can use for parks?
Well, I guess I'll just pause right there. Not necessarily localized, but is that 2 to 3% actually keeping up with the costs?
To answer your question, I think shortly is no. No, I think we've seen inflation a little higher here at the city and in Boulder specifically. When I went down this exercise looking at, personnel costs to potentially come up with a factor, it outgrew the CPI, the inflationary factor used.
So is it, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Is it fair to summarize that this inflation factor was essentially set about a decade or more ago? And that the current inflation factor that we're using in our experience is not keeping up with the inflation of the actual costs that we're having to pay for?
So that's correct.
Thank you.
Question.
That's it.
Councilmember Hefner and then Councilmember Fahey.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Hamilton hit my points. That number, as I read the financial policy, was set in 2007, which is like coming up on 20 years ago. And so, despite our best efforts to get a budget number from 2007 to fit 2026, it's like it's going to be pretty far off. And so I, for one, support the idea of trying to revisit that and, adjust it to something that makes sense. And, I think the way I would lean toward doing it is over the next few years. Like, let's not try and fix it all in 1 year and screw up the general fund, but let's phase in something that gets that transfer to be what it should be for modern times. And hopefully in time for that $100,000 to drop off. I think it's 2030 in your chart, when the Conservation Trust Fund appears to run out of money in projects. So that's how I would tend to want to do it, is use the Conservation Trust Fund in the short term, while also phasing in a different transfer from the general fund over the medium term.
I just want to say that I agree with what's been said, and I particularly agree with what Dietrich just mentioned, that I like the idea of this being a temporary fix, but we need to look at what a long-term fix would be.
You need to, okay.
Yeah, I agree entirely with what Dietrich and Deb just said. I like that idea a lot. I think obviously it comes from your comment that we probably just need to generally increase that transfer, but general fund's hurting. So I think I agree with that. Adam, I feel like, and I know you've been here for a couple of years, but like, I feel like the moment of big projects, they started before I got on council in 2019, and we're like replacing park after replacing park after replacing park. Do you feel like this is a good time to be putting more of the money towards operations and less towards projects? Like, how does that feel for you in your department? Like, does that check out? Or you're like, well, no, it's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. We're gonna have to start replacing parks again in 5 years, and we're gonna need to have built up this fund.
Yeah, I think there are a couple things with that. The ability to continue with the plan projects would be. It is on. Can you hear me? Maybe I need a different mic. Test, 1, 2. There we go. All right. To be able to keep doing the projects we're projected to do, which that forecast shows, would be great. We do not have anything after this year's budget for the Conservation Trust Fund at a substantial level outside of parks coming from CTF over the next few years. And so, we have a sign here or there. We have some upgrades to some aging wayfinding signage. In the out years, we have some replacements to the large wayfinding investment that we're doing this year. And so, in my mind, we've gotten to the point where we have really depreciating assets with our playgrounds, and that's a safety factor, and that's a look and feel of our parks, that the ability to have half of that coming from the capital fund and still retain the half, I'd call it, of CTF to be able to do those projects would be great for parks. We also have, thanks to the council, a substantial investment over the next few years in irrigation infrastructure improvements, again, coming from the capital fund. So at a parks project level, it would be great, now that I've been here for 3 years and Abby's been here for 3 years, to maintain the standard asset plan that we have instead of necessarily begging for additional large projects.
Other questions? I have just a couple. When Councilmember Cooper asked the question of, gee, are there other strategies? It occurred to me that one of the strategies is to deal with service levels. We're not quite ready for that question, although I think we need to think about that the whole way through. It's a very hard discussion to have with the public because we have, a very wonderful level of service, quality of life here, and nobody wants any of that to change. But something that, I'm not prepared. I don't think the staff is prepared right now to talk about that. Or I'm assuming that Director Blackmore is not prepared to talk about that. And I do know and appreciate that Parks is being very careful and prudent and measured about the ask that is in the budget right now. I mean, you've worked very, very hard, appropriately so, but very, very hard to try to adjust because of some of the problems that we've had. And the other thing is the general fund transfer. We haven't talked about that so much. I mean, the fund transfers, I'm not objecting to those. I don't want us to get in the habit of just relying on those for every little patch that we do. So that doesn't mean, though, that this year it's not worthwhile. Certainly agree that we need to deal with that inflationary growth factor because that's way, way overdue for a review. And I'm supportive of a conservation trust fund transfer. There was discussion about possible impacts. I guess, you went over that, but then stopped. I mean, you didn't elaborate. Are there other impact? I mean, tell me clearly what the impacts are likely to be if we make that.
So, Mayor, the way it was outlined at 100,000 through the model, there would be no impacts to existing projects. So if you were to even do a shorter term than that, you wouldn't have to adjust any of the projects on slide 26.
Okay. If we did, how much?
So essentially, if you were going to transfer 100,000 for a single year or through 2030, you would not have to adjust these already identified projects. If you went above and beyond that, then there would be impacts to these projects. We'd have to either discontinue them or direct the expenses somewhere else.
Understood. Thank you. Council discussion around these are folks in, oh, go ahead, Councilmember Hamilton.
So I'll be brief, but my takeaways and opinion on the path options align with what Councilmember Hefner suggested. I'm comfortable using the Conservation Trust Fund for short term to bridge the gap while we determine our long-term solution for this fund, whether it's 1 year or 5 year, what we land on. I would just like us to commit to that and not having it in perpetuity. And And then I already made my comments about the inflationary growth factor. And if need be, we can continue the discussion around service levels. But I do think it is imperative that we maintain the assets that we have to try to smooth those expenses over time rather than having large amounts of money spent, every 5 to 10 years to replace these parks. So that would be the ideal situation in my mind as well.
Others? Okay, so it sounds like the consensus is to do the $100,000 transfer. I haven't heard anybody argue for 200, so, and we can revisit the service level discussion later. But, and it sounds like, there's interest in the adjusting the inflationary growth factor as well. So any comment on that direction? Any other thoughts? Okay. Rock
Okay.
on.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. The next approximately 20 slides or so are informational revenues and expenditures. You will not be asked to provide direction for a little while, so you can rest assured we won't be asking you for direction for about another 20 slides. So with that, let's switch over to some of our major revenue assumptions. This is largely two revenues, property tax and sales tax. So I'll begin with property tax. A property taxpayer, a resident or business in the city of Louisville pays approximately 90 mills, of which, thanks, I can do this, of which just over 6.5 go to the city of Louisville. 5.184 goes to our general operating mill, goes into our general operations, goes into our general fund. That's approximately 5.2 million. The rec center debt mill levy at 1.375 is on people's property tax bills, and it pays down our debt for the 2018 rec center expansion. Okay, so I just mentioned where we are with our current mills, 6,559 in 2024, but here's a trend of our property tax mills over time. That is the yellow orangey bar across the top. You can see in 2018, we had library debt that expired in 2019, so that mill levy fell off folks' tax bill. So 2019 through today, you have two mill levies, the rec center debt and our general operation mill. And you can see in 2024, when property values assessments were going up, we reduced our mill levy to help with those assessed values increases and to work through some funds that we accumulated for the rec center debt fund. I would say 2026 is proposed to be the third year where we'll have that temporarily reduced rate for the rec center debt payments, with it aligning and projected to align in 2027 with the annual debt payment of approximately $1.7, $1.8 million. So we expect to kind of right size that in 27 now, and then annually adjust mills to align with the debt payment going forward. So if you paid do you want to? I believe it's 2042. Okay, if you're a resident or a business that pays property tax assessed by our county assessor to, I believe, our county treasurer, where does your dollar go? 56 cents of your dollar goes to the Boulder Valley School District, 24 cents goes to Boulder County, about 11 cents goes to Louisville Fire District. The city of Louisville at 6.559 mills generates about 7 cents of your dollar in property tax revenue, of which some portion does go down to pay the debt for the rec center expansion. And then a couple other smaller ones, the flood district and Northern Colorado water is also on your property tax bill. Okay, revenue trends. We've talked about slowing growth for revenue trends. Here's one for property taxes. I'll start with 2018. You can see there was a pretty big increase in 2018 in property taxes locally. This is because of the new ad of the rec center debt. However, since 2019, you see year-over-year growth, relatively modest and conservative. So you can see that increase in 2024 driven by assessed values offset by the temporary adjustment made to the mill levy to pay down the debt. In 2026, about 5.2 goes into our general fund for general operations. The 1.4 goes into our rec center debt servicing fund to pay down the debt. Again, projected to right size in 27 and beyond with those debt payments. So just kind of want to highlight that historically property tax growth has been relatively conservative and moderate and conservative. And we kind of expect that trend to continue going forward, and that's what's run through our models. So that is the property taxes, and we'll turn over to sales tax in just a moment, but if there are any questions, happy to answer them.
Tim.
Can you remind me what the highest mill levy we're allowed to charge? So we're giving a credit back. Is it that 6.589 or is that?
To answer your question, Pro Tem, would be, we are at the max for the general operating mill, 5.184. We cannot charge any higher than that. I want to say for the rec center debt mill, the highest we can charge is 3.2. However, there is a dollar cap on that. I want to say at 1.82 million, which is just above our annual debt payment. So we couldn't go above that mill.
Okay, so the reduction that we made in 24 to offset the property value increase was a reduction to the rec center?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
On your property tax revenue trends looking out, have you made any assumptions about growth associated with what we're looking at in the comprehensive plan? Forget if I asked this before, but
Councilmember Cooperman, no, I have not factored in future commercial and residential growth into this in this model as it stands now. I would just need probably firmer data to run through the model.
Yeah. Thanks.
Other questions from Councilmember Cooperman? Okay, Councilmember Hamilton.
I don't need an exact number, but just high, low, similar of our mill that the city receives compared to our neighbors. Are we all pretty much in the same game here, or do we tend to fall high or low compared to our peers?
That's a great question, Councilmember Hamilton. I presented this slide before, probably the last 6 months. From my memory, it looks like we are a little lower than our peers, but when I dug into that, it looked like that was driven by cities that have fire protection or fire departments and those that don't. And when you factor that in, kind of more apples to apples, we are pretty consistent in the ballpark of what we see around us.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I want to follow up on that question. If we're consistent with the others, it might be nice to know in the future kind of how much our fire protection is taking of that. I think all of us are very sensitive to what portion of the total mill levy is ours. It doesn't make much difference when it comes to people criticizing taxes. The government is the government, and oftentimes we get tagged, even though we're making 7% or getting 7%, or without the rec center about 5.8%. But it would, I think that might be helpful. I don't have any other questions besides that. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll continue on. I'm going to pass this off to Mahir to go over some of our sales tax trends.
All right, continuing to sales tax revenue overview. Sales tax revenue is a primary funding source for the general fund and general government operations. It is also a significant funding source of the following funds as well: capital, open space, parks, recreation, and historical preservation. So how's sales tax divided among the city's different funds? For every dollar of sales tax collected, 53 cents goes to the general fund, about 26 cents goes to the capital fund, 8 cents to open space, parks gets 5 cents, rec center gets 4, and 3 cents to historic preservation. Looking at revenue trends, here we have sales tax revenue projection. A few key highlights on this chart. In 2018, the rec center sales tax measure came into effect. And at the end of 2018, Colorado adopted economic nexus, moving away from physical nexus. Physical nexus was when tax was collected on business physical location. With economic nexus, Colorado law had it where once a certain threshold was met by a business, they would have nexus within the state of Colorado, and they would collect and remit local jurisdiction tax. In 2020, sales tax declined due to the COVID pandemic. This was followed by a rebound in the subsequent year. And in 2024, open space tax measure came into effect. Our 2025 year-to-date data demonstrates slightly negative growth. As of today, we're leaving 2026 unchanged at 24.1 million across all funds. But this is a large lever that can be moved on based on macro and microeconomic activity. This is something staff monitors closely and frequently. We're forecasting conservative growth for the out years of about 3%. On the prior slide, we showed sales tax growth over the year. This chart has total sales tax broken out by fund and our city sales tax rate across the top in yellow. The growth in 2024 is largely driven by the sales tax extension and increase, which was specific to open space purposes, not an increase in gross taxable sales. Let's take a look at what the long-term forecast would look like if sales tax growth were to stay flat. This chart shows sales tax with a 0% growth through 2030. Continuing from the prior slide of zero sales tax growth, if sales tax were to stay flat through 2030, the general fund would burn through fund balance and by 2030 be below our minimum reserve. I'd like to mention that this is a demonstration for illustrative purposes. If this were the case, staff would prepare a plan to adjust expenses in response. And with that, I'll turn it back to Ryder.
Before we pivot from revenues to expenditures, should I give you all an opportunity to ask any questions on sales tax? We can keep going.
Sure. Any questions? No questions.
All right, I'll keep it going. We have about 10 more slides before we get to some additional council decision points. So one of our significant expenditure targets, one of our significant expenditures at the city, but also one of our most important assets are personnel costs. So what I have on this slide are our personnel and benefit assumptions, and we'll kind of go through that in the next couple slides. For 2025, the middle column, this is what's in our current budget. For 2026, the third column from the right to the right are what we're projecting through our salary model at this time. Cost of living adjustments at 2% for full times, market merit adjustments for general between 2 and 4%. We alluded to this a little bit earlier on an earlier slide, and we'll dive into a little bit deeper on a city manager recommended adjustment to our budget for market adjustments, specifically to police. We believe this market adjustment will make us more competitive in the region, reduce our turnover, and reduce our staff training costs. Variables, health insurance. This is a little bit of good news that I mentioned too. I alluded to earlier on the general fund pathway slide. Previously 10%, the great negotiating by our HR team. We're looking now at a potential 5% increase to our health insurance with very modest increases to dental and vision as well. During the July 1st, you can change the slide. During the July 1st budget retreat preview, we were asked about, well, could we put this in some context to what we've done historically? So we went back and added, about 6-year trend. So the far right 2 columns, so 25 and 26, where I just demonstrated in the prior slide. And you can kind of see 25 and 26 are relatively in alignment with what we've done historically at the city over the last roughly 6 years. Okay. So you can see from 25 to 26, some minor reductions in FTE counts. What this slide demonstrates is our full wage costs and budgeted FTEs. So you can see regular salaries make up the bulk of our wage costs, with variables in the kind of orangey pink color, and overtime, the small green bar along the top. You can see this cost growth over time, but you also can see budgeted FTE changes as well. Just want to call out a couple of the larger year-over-year increases that occurred from 18 to 19 and from 21 to 22. What we noted from 18 to 19 was a lot of increase in variable staff driven by the rec center expansion, driving that most of that delta. And looking from 21 to 22, we saw another kind of increase in budgeted FTEs as well. We saw this being driven really by the response from the Marshall Fire, but also on the other side, sort of revenue driven. We saw about that time the COVID rebound. We saw the state turn on their SUTS program, which made it easier for folks that had an economic nexus to file their taxes with us. And again, while economic nexus was adopted a few years earlier, it was kind of those impacts were sort of washed by the pandemic, and we really saw the benefit a few years later. So what we kind of saw here too, and you can go to the next slide now, is we saw a correlation between sales tax growth and FTE growth. Now, not all employees are funded by sales tax. You've got utilities and golf, but a large amount of our employees are funded by sales tax, whether they're in a general fund, parks fund, open space fund, et cetera. And what we saw was when we had an increase, say take, for example, 21 to 22, where we had these increases in sales tax, we saw a corresponding increase in FTE counts, often by a 1-year delay. So not perfectly correlated, but there was a correlation between sales tax growth and FTE growth. With that, I'll hand it back to Mahyar, and we'll dive into some of the benefit history as well.
Thank you. At our last finance committee, we were asked for some historical data on benefit costs. This has from 2019 going through 2025 and 26 recommended budget. Expenditure target benefit costs, so employee benefits. Here's a chart showing employee benefit costs. This chart does include benefits across all funds. The blue bar is FICA, orange is retirement contributions, and green is insurance. The yellow line across the chart is change in total benefit costs year over year. These cost increases are largely being driven by FTE growth and not so much by benefit cost increase. In this chart, we stack salaries and benefits that we looked at in the prior slides. We've stacked the wages in blue and benefits in orange, with the yellow line across the chart being changes in total cost year over year.
Maybe a couple of things to highlight on this is the assumptions that, one, it's a no growth model. We're not factoring in this model new positions 27 and beyond. That's why on this chart and the prior chart, you see these orange lines kind of smoothing out. Would you mind going back one? You can see it's also smoothing out. You also notice kind of these year-over-year growths in double digits here and here. Would you mind going back one slide too? Just for clarification, I want to give some, again, some kudos and acknowledgement to the great work that HR has done to keep these benefit growth increases minor, zero. I see zeros up here. It's really good work. So what's driving these benefit cost increase isn't necessarily, or to a much lesser degree, the increase in health, dental, and vision, but really those FTE counts that we saw in prior slides. You have more people, you pay more benefits, you're paying for FICA for everybody, you're paying for retirement for full-time, and then depending upon their healthcare selection, that could vary as well. So what we saw is these increases were really driven by FTE counts and not so much the increases in our health, vision, and in dental costs.
Without being dramatic, is our newspaper article, Louisville enacts a hiring freeze with budget concerns like this? It's kind of that looks like to me is we're saying, oh, okay, no more FTEs, like for the next 5 years. Is that reasonable? Is that what we're actually saying without saying it? Sorry, I can turn this off. I mean, that's what that looks like to me.
I would, Mayor Pro Tem, what I would say is, we do run forecasts, we do run models for good reasons, but really the conversations around adjustments to FTEs for 2026, you see our count going slightly. I think those adjustments to future FTE counts would likely occur in the future years.
I think that is a potential headline that could occur. I also think it could be reevaluating how we are providing resources, how we're utilizing technology. Can we gain some efficiencies so that we're not needing to add full-time equivalents, and adjusting the how we're conducting the work to create some capacity? Again, not to add to the workload, but to be able to focus on how we can improve what we have, and just to be able to also evaluate. I hate to focus on the service level reduction scenario because it's such a negative connotation. In some areas there may be reduction, in other areas it may actually be an improvement because we're better able to utilize technology. And for me, it's really a reallocation of resources as well. Where do we need to put the funds to best serve the departments and then also best serve the community?
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. So I'm just going to ask this because I hear this a lot from our community members. Since 2018, we've not really had an increase in our population, but we've had a large increase in our staff, approximately 60 full-time employees. Do we know, have we assessed like where that predominantly came from? Why we were able to maintain, and I would have think most residents would have said we had a really great quality of life in Louisville in 2018 as well as we do today. This is a big increase when we're talking pay increases every year and then adding 60 new full-time employees. I would just love for everyone to understand where that came from and how that still needs to be at that level.
Yeah, Councilmember Curran, great question. Some things what we saw in these numbers, budgeted FTEs, full-time equivalents, which doesn't encapsulate our variable employees. I want to say 70 to 80 of our FTEs are variables. So a lot of this growth, I understand population may be maintained, but a lot of this growth is driven by a larger rec center, more programming out there. Another one, I'm not trying to pick on parks or anything, but the success that the golf enterprise has had in requiring more staffing out there as well, more revenues, more people to deliver it. Going to full time, that's when we really kind of got to 21, 22 and went through the models and tried to compare year over year. We saw a little bit lift kind of on every department then. My suspicion from that was that there was pent up demand building for a few years and conservative budgeting done by the council to not fill those positions without adequate funding. So it's sort of challenging because I'm looking at spreadsheets trying to read into what was going on at that time. But what I saw in that increase from 21 to 22 was positions crossing many departments. So that's sort of the data I have at this time.
And that's to kind of build on that too. We see, roughly 6% increase requests for pay with regard to like cost of living wages, merit increases, potentially some benefit changes, although that's marginal. And if we assume that 60% of our budget is our staff and we have a 6% increase and our sales numbers are only increasing at 3%, maybe less if we're, our economic vitality team they're doing great. If we don't like work harder together, to get it where it needs to be. My concern that's a difficult trend to maintain at these full-time employee levels, to have that continuing at 6% or more a year, and we're bringing in less than 3% in, revenues, and how aggressively we want to work on that together. So that our residents, especially, when we don't have a population growth now, but we're talking about adding more community members. And as you just stated, two of the biggest areas of full-time employees are rec center and golf course. So it's providing services for residents. And if we increase residents, are we going to be looking at more? And you can see the cycle that I'm kind of trying to point to, and just looking for all of us to look at that when we think long-term. It's not a negative thing that we maybe will stabilize on our full-time employee count, but just it's a consideration for the community that it's, we're at a good spot. We can utilize a lot of technology to help improve services.
Other council members have comments on this? I think I appreciate the point that you made, Councilmember Kern. Our staff is one of, if not the most important asset we have, and it's crucial for the maintenance of service levels. And I do appreciate that, we're serving not just Louisville folks, but especially with a golf course, we're serving people who are coming in from outside, and that's a really good thing. It's not just our it's not just our residents, and that has been a real success story the last few years. Is great trends going. I remember when it wasn't not that long ago, so that is real cool. So I think we gotta balance that. I think the other thing is we want to keep good people that we have. We know, particularly in at the LPD, there is a lot of competition for our people. I feel like folks just other communities, I don't like using this analogy or this metaphor, but are just watching like vultures at times to see what we are doing and what we're not. And that makes me, gives me pause. I wonder if it's possible to split out the costs of LPD, not to pick on them, but to recognize that we've been behind we've been on borrowed time. We've had those artificially low, not intentionally. They've slipped the cost. So we're trying to make up some. Do you have a sense of how much of the overall cost is actually attributable to the LPD?
Mayor, I do know a lot of extensive study went into their pay for the market to make the recommendation for the market adjustment. If you're looking for a number for me, what exactly are you looking for?
Yeah.
The total?
Well, however is easiest for you to explain it.
I would maybe defer to Chief and Robin, or Director Brookhart, but they did comprehensive, extensive study on what we are seeing for police and pay, and made that recommendation to adjust the market.
Right, and on slide 49, we cost out what the market adjustment is going to cost the city. And so for 2026, that's $110,000. And I'll just, in Chief's presentation last week, he noted that it's the patrol officers would receive an 8%, and then the commanders and above would receive a roughly 3% increase.
Okay. Good.
I would just also like to note, when you go to the slide that shows the personnel adjustments history, it looks like, go back, please, Mahir. It looks like, 2021 and prior, it used to be a market adjustment. And then in 2022, it went to a COLA model. I would say the 2% COLA model has not kept up with inflation. And we're focusing on police because Chief has had a tremendous amount of people that have gone to other agencies. It's very costly for him to bring new people in, run them through the academy, train them. And that was a cost of, was it about $70,000 per person for training? So that's a recommendation to adjust the sworn police officers. I think throughout the organization, we have a lot of positions that are probably under market. In Public Works, Director Cower is seeing a lot of issues with the ability to hire engineers, the ability to hire facilities maintenance people. Robin could give you a longer list of more difficult to fill positions, but also we're seeing people leave to go to other agencies or to even go start their own business because they can make more money. And it's not because Louisville is not a great place to work. Louisville is a great place to work. We're just not as competitive as we once were. And as we talked about last week, when we lose these people that have multiple years of history with Louisville, that institutional knowledge walks out the door. And from a technology standpoint, we don't have the plug and play availability to just move people in. And so for everybody that moves on, we are slowly just losing that ability to provide the same level of service that we are. And to staff's benefit, they've adopted the motto of do more with less. And we just cannot continue to do that. So I really appreciate what's being proposed as part of this budget. I would say going forward, even at these levels, we're going to continue to have attrition. We're going to continue to see people go to other agencies. And that's why we need to have this longer term discussion related to service levels and, you know, what can we do to try to continue to provide the community the best services that we can, but then also to try to maintain the people that we have.
I very much appreciate the efforts that everybody has gone through to try to do more with less. This is something, as long as I've been on council, that is something that has been a, you know, a push, and I know it's even more so today. I do wonder about that 2%, and I'm not looking, we're not looking here to find other ways of spending money, certainly, but I am concerned that uh, you know, the people we have, their dollars aren't going as far as they have, and 2%, you know, is that sustainable?
Sustainable from what standpoint?
Well, I mean, is that going to reduce, you know, is that going to reduce our competitiveness compared to the other communities? Are they doing the same? I mean, are they keeping their cost of living adjustments at 2%?
I don't know what other agencies are offering. I think one of the things, you know, Kurt just had a situation where there was an engineer that was because the agency that they worked for was talking about their budget issues and the potential for layoffs. The person applied for one of our positions, but then when it came down to it, they declined the offer because they just made more money at the other agency and they were willing to take the risk. And so I think, you know, that's a situation that we're in. And for some of these positions, as there's a backlog of projects that need to be done, there's a need for expertise. There's not a lot of maybe engineering firms that could do the same level of work for the price. You know, there's just this give and take that the directors are constantly forced to try to make decisions as to how to best provide the services that they can. But at some point, something's going to break if it hasn't broken already. And, you know, that's why as we're looking ahead at this 5-year fiscal model and we're trying to figure out how to right size the budget, there's just so many key decisions that need to be made. And with this 2026 budget, we're trying to buy some time to be able to have those deeper level conversations.
Good, thanks. Anything else? Okay.
Wonderful. Thanks, Saul. We're going to start going down a path where I'll hand over to my boss, Miss Diana Langley. I don't know, would now be an okay time to take a break, you think?
I was reminded of something I wrote down but haven't raised, which is about 2:10. We've been going at this for about 2 hours. 5-minute break? Okay, let's meet. Yeah, I'll give you 6 minutes till 2:15. Thanks. All right, let's come on back.
Use your hammer.
So we're back on here. Director Haley, your show.
Well, I thank you very much. We are on slide, let's say 48. I'm going to pass this over to City Manager Diana Langley to go over some of her recommended adjustments and some other pending decisions to be made.
Right, thank you. So as we go to slide 49, so last week, each of the directors went over their budget requests. And so we have these in a table, and this is going to be an interactive exercise. And that if you notice the column on the far right side, we have a council support column. And so our goal is to get council direction here today on these recommended adjustments. So if you have any questions on any of the items, please let us know. The directors can answer questions related to those specific items. But we will start first with the market adjustments for police. And our goal is for you to give us a yes, no on each of these items as we go down the rows.
So that's like 850K right there in 2026.
So
Like,
what?
are these already in what we've looked at?
Yeah, so
like-
these are in the model for 2026 costs. Yes, the market adjustments for police would be $110,000.
Yeah, and we've already seen the impact of saying yes to all
Yes.
these things.
So
Thank you.
these are, yes.
Sorry about that. So we'll go through them one at a time. Market adjustments for the police, $110,000. Do we have council support for that? Any concern about that? All right, then we'll go on. Boulder County, excuse me, ODM buy-in, emergency management services, buy-in that we've been talking about for some time. That's roughly $214,000. And a board seat, right? Are we on board with that? Everybody thumbs up? All right. IT software maintenance, adjustment of 40,000. Okay. Any concern? I mean, speak up if there's anything you want to add here. All right. That's a yes. An annual external audit, that's a marginal increase in what we've spent before. We've just gotten a new, well, not a new, we just renewed our auditor's contract, or at least in principle until we get it before council. Any question about that? Any concerns? So that's a yes. Travel, training, and meetings budget for the library. Bit more under the auspices of our new Director of Cultural Services. A thumbs up. Okay. Next is emergency operations request for proposal. That's, can you?
If I could, clarify on this one. This one is not included in the model. If council directed us to move forward with the Boulder County ODM buy-in, then next year when they update their emergency operations plan, Louisville would become an annex to that plan. And so we would recommend not pursuing the RFP for the emergency operations plan, as it would be included in the Boulder County ODM buy-in. No. Correct.
No, so I have a question. So I think I actually have, and I think some of our community members also have a fair concern with Louisville not having its own emergency operation plan to be annexed of ODM. That's encompassing of what all of Boulder County will do, but don't we need a specific emergency current updated plan for Louisville?
So what I would say, so it's going to be an annex to the plan. So we would have our own like chapter to the emergency operations plan. I would say in the meantime, between now and when they update, I would use theirs as the model for what we would follow. And if there were a situation that were to occur between now and when we join Boulder ODM, we would utilize the resources that we currently have, including Boulder ODM would assist us with those specific instances if we needed to stand up an emergency operations center or, deal with some type of big emergency.
So even if it's something that doesn't include Boulder County, like is not part of Boulder County, they're not encompassed. So this would be detailed enough though to allow us to have everybody know exactly where they need to be, like how they transition with our emergency operation or like our chief of police and our fire chief and yourself. Like this
Right.
would allow everybody, including for council to know our role, like what we do, how we evacuate, that kind of thing. That would be part of.
Yes. And so one of the things that Mike Chard would like to address once Louisville joins is to work with Chief Gutierrez and then also Chief Wilson on emergency evacuation routes. So that would be separate from the emergency operations plan. And so there would be a lot of activities that would be occurring that would be outside of the update of the emergency operations plan. But since they're already updating their plan next year, it would make sense to then incorporate Louisville into that. And it looks like Chief has some comments.
So the city of Louisville does currently have an annex within the Boulder County Office of Disaster Management's larger plan. We also do have an EOP, an emergency operations plan, that is in existence. It's been reviewed. It still contains the generalized guidance and structure for how we would manage an emergency. There is some, the State Office of Disaster Management as well, and Emergency Management. They have guidelines and protocol to guide different organizations and agencies on how you would best manage a disaster. So we do have the infrastructure in place, and I think what this would more specifically do is probably integrate Boulder County ODM's capabilities into our annex. So currently, right now, we don't have any ability to really integrate with their management structure or their emergency services functions. We do peripherally, but I think if we were to buy into the plan, then that would actually update the annex into which it specifically says, like, in the event of an emergency, ODM is supporting this, this, and this, as opposed to just leaving it to us.
And then would your opinion be that it would detail out, because my understanding is that currently it does not specify like within the city, the responsibilities and kind of the order of operation, if you will, when an emergency happens, that annex is a little bit more broad, to your point, more about the ODM's responsibilities and involvement?
Well, I think it would actually just complement what we currently have. It would add some additional provisions for ODM's integration with our community here, but currently, in terms of like, the plans, how we would strategically manage an event or disaster, we would typically fall back to ICS or NIMS modeling at the city level. And we do have already some charts in place showing like different department directors who integrates into what function, and then how we kind of can, I guess, insert ourselves into a larger regional operation.
So I think this does take me back though to the concern that the current emergency operation plan, if we have it, it needs more than tweaking based on like how recently it's been updated and I don't believe saw it effectively implemented in December of 21. And it's been 3.5 years. We, by all accounts, don't have a hugely improved emergency operation plan for Louisville. So I think my concern was saying that we will not have this. I feel like we're going to need some additional assistance. And the question I have for you, City Manager Langley, is do you think you'll need some funds to help enhance the current emergency operation plan to get it to where community feels more secure and staff knows they can follow it properly?
What I would prefer to do is not include it in the budget at this time. Join Boulder ODM, work with Director Chard, and work on the update. And I think with staff input, we could get an emergency operations plan, even though it's an annex, that would suffice for Louisville. If we don't think it would, then we could come back with a budget amendment request to expand it to address whatever we think it's not going to address. But at this point, I would just recommend that we move forward with the ODM buy-in and hold off on the RFP.
Okay, thank you for the detail and thank you so much for indulging everyone for indulging the detail of question. I just think this has been so high on people's minds in this community. I wanted to be able to reassure them that this is not something that is being dropped off, but it will be followed up upon and expanded. Thank you.
Other questions about that one? Because I appreciate the Councilmember Kern's line of questions. There's still a question of timing. We're going to, if we approve this, and it sounds like we're in support of it generally, that there's still a question of what happens in the interim. And I have certainly got plenty of comments, and I'm sure other council members have gotten some comments to the effect that we need some plan now, or at least more clarity in what we have right now, then wait. I mean, it's a concern that we wait till we join Boulder. There's a gap in between, and is this going to be another 6 months without some information around evacuation plans and things like that? Do you have the capacity to do anything before we get to Boulder ODM?
So several things here. With the ODM proposal, it will come before council in the form of an IGA. As part of that is evaluating the governance structure, because the city would have a representative on the board. As noted, Director Chard, one of the first things he would like to address is working with the two chiefs on emergency evacuation routes, so that the public has more reassurance that we do have a plan if there's an emergency. With an emergency operations plan, I think it's important to note just what that is. So it's a document that identifies the variety of hazards that Louisville could be subjected to. There can be a continuity of operations plan that's included as like an appendix to the EOP. With that, it's also evaluating the structure that would be implemented, as Chief noted the ICS NIM structure. If we were to get into a situation where we do have an emergency, we would be reliant upon Boulder ODM most likely to assist us. We would implement the ICS NIM structure, stand up an emergency operations center, and then we would be able to, identify the resources that are needed to address the situation. I think that a lot of lessons have been learned over the years. With an emergency operations plan, it is kind of a blueprint of what could occur. It's not necessarily the handbook on how you're going to address every single situation. And that's where I think in joining Boulder ODM, it's through the training, it's through the having more kind of day-to-day interaction, not only for city staff, but also for the community and what they can do to prepare. That the emergency operation plan, no doubt, is an important document to have. My goal in joining Boulder ODM is that it becomes more routine in how we are prepared. The emergency operations plan is not going to provide that. It's going to be working with ODM to do the training and to really get used to responding to those situations and having awareness, and then also having a comfort level of how to respond. And that's what we're really getting with that ODM buy-in. The emergency operations plan is a great document. It's a guidebook, but it's when you get into an actual situation, I'll say I'm not pulling the EOP off the shelf and going to page 10 and saying, oh, this is what I need to do. It's that muscle memory of after doing the trainings and things like that, where you can respond, stand up, implement. And also, this is going to be really key that we have a partnership with Louisville Fire Protection District. And so it's also fostering that relationship as well.
And one final question on the IGA that we're talking about bringing forward. What's the timing on that? And again, do you have
Yeah, so I have some clarifying questions for Mike Chard on the proposal. Once I have responses to that, I'll be bringing, requesting that we go ahead and draft the IGA, and then we would bring that forward to council.
Good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, real quickly, I want to say I do feel like the city is far more prepared today than it was 3 years ago. That we have learned a lot. And even with that, 500 homes burned in a matter of hours and every single human made it out of Louisville. And it was a remarkable emergency moment. And then we have probably the best recovery in the history of the world from a natural disaster by most statistical measures. Fastest rebuild and highest percentage of moving back and all of these things. And so I am absolutely blown away by the staff we had then, the staff we have today, what council did then, and what FEMA did for us and all those things. So I'm much more concerned about, say, FEMA and the current administration than I am about our group. And I think it's great to be joining ODM and to be strengthening our relationship with them and to be continuing to be prepared. I would also like, I'm hoping that that through this we also have those continuity plans in the same sense of like a lot of the decisions we made to like, should we bring on more staff? Should we allocate money to this? Should we give rebates? That should we, it was like a lot of consternation and doubt for a lot of people. And I think there are some things that I don't know if that goes in quite. It's more about resilience and like how quickly we can make those decisions to have like emergency meetings and get things forward. Cause that for me in the last emergency as being on council was the most paralyzing. Was like, when are we going to get together to talk about what we do next? And so like, what is that like emergency council behavior, which is different from what's public works doing, what's fire doing, what's police doing, what's our staff doing. I think there's another piece there of what's our role and is that more spelled out so that we do understand like what is kind of common best practice to do in the days, weeks, and months after
Right.
that emergency.
So in my experience with the emergency operations plan, it is a document that you can have draft resolutions or proclamations in there to declare the emergency, provides the timeframes from which you're supposed to do that, defines the roles of what staff and council are to do. I think also the importance of joining Boulder ODMs, we then have the training that corresponds to that. So training for elected officials to understand what your role is during the emergency, the timeframes in which we need to get together and make decisions in terms of declaration or continuing the emergency. And so that EOP does outline to that to some extent and then provide you the draft templates so that should that occur, we can implement that. And it also goes a step further to say, let's say that there are council members that are unable to, for whatever reason, they're incapacitated, what would be the continuity of government to be able to continue, government?
Yeah.
Chief, do you have anything to add to that?
The only thing I'll add is, we do have some of those things outlined in municipal ordinance. And so I think, again, the framework is there. And really, I like the point about communicating that it is a guidebook. It isn't a step-by-step, you will do this or you will do that. Like those situations are dynamic and we have to be able to make decisions and rely on the experience and expertise of those that are actually managing the emergency and the operation to be able to come up with the best solution and outcome.
Are we satisfied that we can cut that $200,000 off the list here or not keep it in there? All right. Efficiency systems and improvement contingency. Can you just say a word about that?
Yes, this was the item where we're requesting funds. There's a lot of technology that we have that we're not utilizing to its fullest capacity, or that technology that we could utilize that would improve efficiencies. And so we're requesting this contingency to be able to implement some of those items. Areas, specific examples that I can give you would be electronic signatures, whether it's DocuSign or Adobe Sign, to be able to route things electronically for signature, agenda management software, so that we are not spending hours on a manual process. And that would save hours across multiple departments for every agenda that we prepare for the city. Those are the, two real-time examples that we can provide. There's a lot of other areas as well. One of the things that we've been talking about, if we were, as Paulina mentioned, having, I think it's clean data, if you have clean data, the ability to maybe even utilize internal AI to be able to, query documents or information that we have. There's so much that's out there. We would just like to have the funding to be able to implement some of these things to increase efficiencies.
Thanks. Are we comfortable with that? Excuse me, adjustment? All right. The next one is development impact fee update. Can we just summarize what that is going to involve? That's going to happen in 2026, plan to happen. Can you help us with that, Director? Sorry.
Mayor, I'll buy you just a moment of time.
Is this the development impact fee?
Yes.
I would also say before we hop in,
I was thinking hard about an email I just read.
Yeah, no,
I would say as attachments to
Multitasking is very important.
I
as a
understand that.
Department director.
I like it.
So sorry, you just want to know about the development impact fee. I apologize.
Yeah, that item.
Yeah.
It's $80,000.
So this, again, this is something we update by ordinance. Every 5 years, it has to be recertified. And then it's been about 8 years actually since we've updated the study, but we did recertify it, based on our, land use policies and inflationary adjustments that have already taken place. But with development that is anticipated with Red Tail Ridge and potentially based on comprehensive plan policy, we definitely need to update the study so that we can have, make sure that our fees are. I'm going to start from the very beginning. No, I'm just kidding. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm glad I can keep it light for everybody here. So I think it's important that we update it this next year with the anticipated development to make sure that our fees, we had some discussion earlier about, cost of development. This is just one aspect of that. When new development comes in, there's a whole series of structures in place of how the city obtains additional property tax, additional sales tax. These types of fees goes towards certain types of infrastructure. So theoretically, this is set up so that if the city is going to grow, that city services can expand. There's water and sewer tap fees, all these things to make sure that we are able to serve the growth at the same level that we already have services. So that's why it's important to do that next year.
Good. Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
So a clarifying question. When I think of impact fees, I think of the, I'll call it the area of the fee, whether it's the label of it and then the cost of the fee that's applied. Would this study evaluate the list of fees and the costs of them?
So yes, there's certain things that the fees are intended to cover. So it's intended to cover, so when a development comes in, for one, they have to build the infrastructure within their development. So that's public infrastructure. So that isn't included. This then gets turned over to the city, that public infrastructure. So these fees are intended to be for broader services that, it could be transportation, it could be parks and recreation, it could be police, library, city facility expansions. These are impacts to the city that the developer or the development wouldn't pay for directly. And so any category where there is an impact on city services that can be demonstrated that there's an impact on city services or a need for expansion, and the cost isn't being directly, it's not being directly constructed by the developer, we can charge a fee that is equivalent to the cost of the existing service level. So it's also really important to note that we can't create fees that increase service levels or expand service. It's just to maintain the service that exists in the community. but there's a broad range of categories that could be included. And then there could be an individual fee for each of those categories based on the calculations.
Okay, and both, I want to make sure you have enough funds to do both of those things.
Yes, I think so. I do think so. We did actually get a proposal a couple years ago that was below this to do an updated study. For various reasons, we didn't move forward with that. So we think with some inflationary factor, this is in alignment with what we think it would cost.
Okay, to do the category and the fee analysis together.
Yes, it would always go together. They would always reevaluate the categories.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? Just, this is primarily for a consultant to come in and do the study. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, would be these are consulting fees. That's what we've done the last couple of times. We've brought in a consultant to create the study. Yeah. Thanks. No, but yeah, this is great.
That's, are we comfortable with that expenditure? I think that's a good one. Finally, potential citizen initiative, special election, that's an add of $80,000. Any questions about that?
You say no to that?
You can say whatever you like.
You can say no, but we still may come back with a requested budget amendment.
Right, like this is not something we really have control over, right? This is forced upon us and we will have to pay for this. Like we don't, I mean, we could say no now, but there's no real, it's either gonna happen or it's not gonna happen, right? I mean, by right, like we must hold the election. We must pay to do that.
I will say that by the time this budget comes back to you, you will know whether or not you need to do a special election. So if you want to hold on this one just to see whether or not we're going to be able to include the initiatives in the general election, we can. So this is when you could say to be determined and wait to see what happens with whether or not there's a protest.
It's also, there's a non-0% chance it's part of a general election. Is that a statistical possibility? Is that it isn't a special election?
I'm thrown off by the non-zero.
All right. 1% chance, a 1% chance, anything but 0, 1% chance, 2% chance,
That it could-
3% chance
that
that
it
it's
could be
part
in
of the
the,
November election.
there's a chance it could be in the November.
So that's another potential. I mean, I would say I wouldn't put this on now. It could be part of the November election. It could not happen at all. And if it does happen not in the November election, then we'll come back for an amendment. Is that?
But when you go to adopt this budget, you'll know whether or not
Right.
it needs to be included.
Yeah, so it's fine. I can take it either way. But
Yeah, I mean, the alternative is just to have it as a placeholder. I kind of like having it as a placeholder, just because if we come to a different conclusion or there's something else. But how do people feel about that? You're Mazaminus?
What's the question?
Whether we leave this in here, a placeholder, whether you take it out until.
I'd leave it in until we know that we can take it out.
Right. Others? Mayor Pro Tem? You're right with that. Okay, good. So keep going to the next page here. Looks like we got one more page of this Marshall Fire 5-year anniversary, $35,000. Are we comfortable with that? Fine. Okay. The next is the utility billing tax collection administration software update. We've talked about that before in prior meetings. Anybody take exception to that?
It might be worth just reminding everyone in the room and on screen, because that's the largest
Yep.
item. What exactly?
Director Bailey, you want to?
Yes, of course. The utility billing and tax collection software administration software upgrades. These are two different software programs that are really the backbone of our city. One is the sales tax collections. We spent a lot of time this evening talking about, or this afternoon talking about sales tax collections. And also for utility billing collections. This is a significant function for funding and billing for our utilities. We currently use a software program that's a little bit on the older side. I would say it's best practices to review the software that you use, make sure it's still holding up to the latest standards. I'd also would remind you all that we go through public procurement and bidding processes. These are the best numbers we have today, but we'll go out to bid and make sure we get the best value for the city as well. So it's possible that the amounts could come in lower as well. Further context, I would say 25 to 30 million flows through the tax collection software annually and about 15 million through the utility billing software. So you're looking at about $40 million coming into the city through these two programs. So I'll pause there. Any other questions?
And sorry, I thought your
No.
nod was my permission.
You-
Okay.
You have,
I have your permission.
you have the community's permission.
Can you please remind us why it's being requested in year 2 as opposed to last year or next year in our cycle?
Yes, council member. I would say from my perspective, being a director here now, just completing my second year, entering my third year, I was aware of these programs, but I used them on day one. Spent a lot of my initial time for the department building up the staff and seeing if this program how it could be best utilized, really learning the existing processes that staff was doing, which kind of took a while to get us up to speed in sense of having full staff, seeing the manual processes involved and other benefits of considering new software now, security enhancements, timing it with the meter replacement program. I think there's reason to address it now. And I would say why it was not part of the first year of the biennial was just lag on the director getting up to speed, learning of the tools that we had in process, and now really recommending or understanding that it may be time to evaluate these programs.
Okay, that's really helpful. I mean, what I'm hearing is this is a really important piece of software that's critical to a lot of the work that's done within this organization. If we get to the point where we have to look and see down the road, where can we get another $1 million? Is it fair to say that while it's very important, it's not mission critical this year, it could be put onto next year?
Council member, I may tap into another director, IT director in just a moment, but I would say understanding the funding source behind these as well. The component that would run through the utility billing is collected through the utility billing process. We charge an administration fee on top of collecting that fees. And so it's ran through the model, our long-term fiscal model you'll see in a moment. It's ran through the rate model with Kurt and his team. So it's funded by the recipients of those bills. So it's spread over thousands of accounts. And on the sales tax side, I think as far as the funding source and how it could be paid for is, again, sales tax, we generate tens of millions of dollars. And I think as we've reopened and implemented the audit program, we've seen a lot of gains around that, a lot of efficiencies and returns. I think this would allow us to direct staff to more value add processes and away from manual processes. And in hopes generate additional collections above and beyond the cost of this software.
That's all.
And this is a capital expense, right?
Correct.
Okay. Other question?
I'm curious, would the software improve experiences for the people who are paying us?
Councilmember Cooperman, I certainly would hope so, and that would be our goal.
Can I add something?
Sure.
This software is 20 years old. I would ask, what do we do? How do we take payment for $30 million a year if something goes wrong with it? Additionally, I would say that it has some security risk and issues, and I'm going to leave it at that, that I don't feel comfortable moving forward with. as an organization. I think it's a risk that we really don't want to take. So.
Well then, are we comfortable leaving that and adding that in? Yep. All right. Next, is police vehicles, 3 additional police vehicles. We've had some discussion in the past on that. We have further comment. Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman.
I had a question. So when we last discussed this, one of the issues was around the fast charging for EVs. And, so as I understand, in the internal decarbonization plan, we're putting charging in at the police station. Is it not possible to expedite a fast charger at the police station or something like that?
I mean, we're putting a package together right now that's about to go out to bid. So hopefully those installs are done by the end of the year. But I don't think that the fast charging speaks to some of the other concerns that the chief brought up in the last meeting.
Yeah, not all.
Any follow-up on that?
Yeah. I mean, I would just like to see us, go with as many EVs as possible. And if it requires us to put in some infrastructure to help that along, I would like to consider that.
Yeah, I would just say we are expediting all the sustainability initiatives as fast as we can. There were delays because of budget discussions before, just to get positions filled to move the project forward. So now it's going full forward. This is all a balance between how we can respond to emergencies and how quickly we're switching over to sustainable. And we're trying to keep a balance with that because we don't want to end up in a bad position because we went too fast. So we understand and we are moving.
How many of these 3 vehicles, just for the public's benefit, are EV and how many are not? And you can talk about the others that are already in the pipeline, because this is just additional.
Yeah, so this would be increasing our purchases from 3 to 6 in 2026. And so currently we have 2 EVs. We have a Chevy Blazer EV and then a Mustang Mach-E, which is in our patrol fleet. The idea is that we would continue to kind of push a mixed fleet for the time being until we were confident that the charging infrastructure was in place. So we do have 3 level 2 chargers that are installed. So certainly that's easy to manage in terms of charging our existing fleet. Next year, we would be looking at probably 1 or 2 electric vehicles. We are looking at replacing an administrative vehicle that will be an EV. And then we're also looking at an option of getting the Blazer Patrol EV so that we can determine its suitability for our needs as well. So we probably would be looking at, if this was approved, of the total 6 vehicles, we'd probably be buying 2 EVs, which would then put our fleet at 4 total EVs.
Can you, again, just sort of reiterate the concern that you expressed in the last meeting we had about just the challenge sometimes of EVs when it comes to the work that you're doing?
Yeah, happy to do that. I believe it was October of 23 that we first implemented a patrol EV vehicle, that being the Mach-E. From an operational perspective, it is meeting our needs. We haven't had any significant issues with it. So we know, like, localized response, we're not having those problems. But we also ran into situations and circumstances last year in which we were assisting other agencies, Boulder County sheriffs and other places, with traffic control and sustained deployments. So the thought process is, if we have too many EVs in our fleet, not enough gas powered vehicles, if we send an EV out of area where maybe there isn't the charging infrastructure, that becomes problematic. If that vehicle is on site for 10 or 12 hours, like, it's more than likely going to require a charge. And so that was kind of some of the consideration. Also, at the beginning of this year, we only had 1 charger at the station. And so as we made our purchases for 25, we felt like we couldn't make a wholesale transition and buy 3 more EVs, because then that charging kind of I guess, pattern or sharing a single charger would be problematic. But we did get 2 additional chargers installed, so that was certainly something that moved us forward. But really, that's the consideration is any kind of long-term deployment or use of that vehicle without having the ability to charge, in a rapid manner, like a rapid charger. We're looking at a 4 to 6 hour charging time for a patrol vehicle, and that kind of puts that vehicle in a down situation for an amount of time that we're not really comfortable with. Rapid charging, certainly we can charge a vehicle within 20 to 30 minutes. That would not be as problematic. But again, for sustained employment, we felt like having a more strategic, slower approach as we incrementally grow our fleet towards the EV initiative, that would be the better way to approach it.
Other questions, thoughts, concerns? Do we have a thumbs up for this one? Yeah, okay. Let's go to shared vehicle community development. If there's any questions, sorry. I don't mean to get you again. Any questions or concerns about this?
You guys get e-bikes.
E-bikes would be fun. This is intended to be an EV. That's what we have it intended and priced for as an EV.
Right, are we thumbs up on this one? Looks like, okay. Next is public copier replacement. That's the public copier down in the clerk's office? Is that, pardon me? Oh, sorry. That's right. Okay, any question about that?
I have
Yeah.
a question. So do
Councilmember.
we charge people to use this copier? Okay, so the idea would be that what we do charge will help pay for the replacement, like, so that actually is always put into a little budget. So it's not like this would be a shock. This has over time been planned for. Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm.
Oh, Um, we talked about this before, a couple of weeks ago. Any questions? No? Thumbs up on this? All right. I think that's the list then for that. Are you?
Right,
ready
now
to-
we move on to the recommended personnel adjustments.
Very good.
So same format, please.
Just keeping track of the time. All right. We've got a total of five positions. First one is wastewater plant operator trainee. That's in consideration of having an expansion to cover Red Tail. Any questions, concerns about that? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
We've heard recently about there possibly being delays in the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. And I'm just wondering how that would feed into this request.
Yeah, good question. This request is contingent upon that expansion happening. So we wouldn't, we're getting the approval through the process, but we would not immediately hire till we have certainty around that.
Is it a thumbs up on this one? Yes, okay. Mitigation coordinator, which is a vacant position. This one is grant funded, and the current position that is termed because of the end of the grant that we're operating under. Is that right?
Yeah, so this position is currently vacant,
It's
and so we would recommend removal from the budget.
When we say termed position ended, that's because of a running out of grant prior. Okay. Any questions about that?
Quick question.
And these are, by the way, these are cuts.
Correct.
Right, sorry. These aren't ads.
First one was.
Yes.
Just for clarity, for the community and in our broader mitigation, like wildfire and preparedness, mitigation. So there are other plans in place within maybe other departments that will, so it's not that this position or the hope of this position is being neglected or eliminated from the service we'll be able to provide to the community through open space mitigation or parks or other city initiatives, correct?
That's correct. Yes, mitigation efforts will continue throughout the city.
Thank you.
People comfortable with that cut? Thumbs up. Okay. The next one is sustainability planner. This one. We talked about this a little bit before. There's a risk management specialist. Any questions about that? Yes, Councilmember Hafner.
I'll just say I'm comfortable with this, but just given our discussion this afternoon about hail deductible buy downs and benefit cost adjustments and so on, this is one that I feel like if we leave it vacant for a while and then discover that we want it again, I would be open to adding it back, because insurance is obviously a important thing for the city, and you know, we've even talked today about, oh, wouldn't it be nice to have some analysis around X, Y, and Z, and I'm confident we'll be able to pick up this function in many respects among other staff, but certainly don't want to write it off forever if it becomes needed again.
Are you suggesting that we leave it in as a placeholder or cut it out?
I'm
What
not
do we do?
suggesting any change, just an editorial comment.
Others? Okay. Comfortable? Anybody uncomfortable with cutting this one? Okay. Now, the sustainability planner, this we're talking about having that as a potential grant funded position.
Right.
That did,
It's still coming. And so we're recommending, if, as long as we receive the grant, that we would fill this position. If we don't receive the grant, then we would not create this position. Correct. It wasn't non-zero, it was net zero.
net zero. All right. Anyway,
He's all tired.
yet again, tough audience. Wildlife resilience coordinator.
Wildlife.
What did I say?
I said wildlife, it's fine.
I don't know. I think after lunch, I'm just falling asleep here. Sorry. Wildfire resilience coordinator. That's in light of the impending WUI changes at the state level. Is that right?
Yeah, it was primarily in anticipation of that, as well as depending on the broader home hardening code, with direction that went, anticipating staff resource needs for both of those. And then it could cross over into education, community outreach, potentially.
Okay.
So
That one is an ad.
Yes.
Any comment, concern about that?
So this is one we're actually not recommending at this point in time. So this is a no, it's not included in the model. What we would say is let's go through the WUI code update, which we anticipate having this to council by April of next year for adoption, implementation July 1st. And so, you know, let us figure out what the impacts of the implementation of this would be, and then we would follow up with a requested budget amendment if necessary, or evaluate for the 27-28 budget.
Thank you for the clarification. When is the WUI code likely, or when are those changes likely to be suggested by?
Right. So I think we're planning to have a discussion direction later this year, which
Okay.
would lead into draft code adoption first quarter of next year. And then we have through the middle of next year to start implementation.
Great. All right. Everybody okay with holding off on? Okay, good. Same
Yes.
regime for the summary of service level reductions. All right. There are three of those. The first is a reduction in climate action plan by $100,000. It's listed in here as previously $200,000. That's the total amount that was the total amount to be reduced by 100,000, or was that 200,000 that was originally proposed to be reduced completely?
So the current budget amount is 200,000. We're proposing to reduce it to 100,000.
It's the former.
Yes.
Okay. Any comments, questions, concerns, thoughts about that proposal?
Yeah, I'm just curious if you can speak to the impact of that reduction.
Sure. So we were formerly looking at, and we do have our sustainability manager here who can jump up if I'm wrong here. We were formerly looking at a more strategic climate action plan that would be a 5-year look. As this has progressed in our current environment, one of the trends we're seeing is that shorter term work plans, more data focused on eliminating greenhouse gas emissions, are more productive. And so it's our recommendation to change to that approach.
Okay, other questions? Okay. Thumbs up on that. Okay. The next is to eliminate the junior finance associate intern program. So relatively a smaller amount, but any comments, questions about that? Okay. Professional services reduction. Can you explain that one a little bit more?
Yep. So this was our first run at trying to bridge some of that gap without having a huge service level impact. It's just a professional services other. It's kind of a catch-all professional services line in the Parks Fund. This is to align with trends that we've been seeing in that fund for significant number of budget years, and the annual spend just wasn't adding up. So it was the ability to reduce.
Any questions, thoughts about that? It's going to leave you with enough in your professional services budget to cover.
Yeah, that's our intention. We don't foresee any immediate service impacts as a result of the reduction.
Very good. All right, thumbs up on that. Yeah, good. All right, the next one, same regime, I guess, is the summary of capital summary of capital and operational expansions. And I want to go through, let's see. The first is Marshall Fire building permit potential rebate. Why don't we talk for a few minutes about that? Can you just describe that?
Yes, Mayor. Earlier this year, at 2 different times, we brought this item before the Finance Committee and presented some potential options for consideration. Staff did a study of time spent in response to the Marshall Fire building permits created. We landed upon a reasonable methodology of looking at an incremental approach. Community development staff does track permit by permit revenue. We're able to define the amount of revenues collected from all the permits built. As far as costs, is a little bit trickier than that. So the methodology that was proposed at the June Finance Committee was to take incremental costs adjusted for inflation from 2021 forward, meaning we looked at the budget, we looked at the costs of Community Development Department in 2021, applied a reasonable inflationary factor to 22, to 23, to 24, and then came up with a delta between the revenues collected by Marshall Fire and net of those costs. So back in June, we had a couple of proposals if folks wanted to proceed with a rebate. using the incremental approach which was approximately, one second, let me pull this up, 3689 per household. The average permit was approximately 10,000. An adjusted incremental approach assumed about 20% of baseline employees did spend time on Marshall Fire building permits as well. And that was approximately $2,036 potential rebate. So all this information was presented to Finance Committee in March and again in June. And this is also now a potential budgetary impact for your consideration.
About this one. And this would be an ad.
Mayor, that's correct. It's
As the
not
rest
currently
of
in
them
the
on
model.
this page are. But,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem and
Go
then Councilmember Hefner.
I'll defer to Hefner.
I was just gonna give a brief summary from Finance Committee, which is a prior council, or at least a council prior to me, had said, you know, we're gonna do this analysis and see what it would look like to try and refund building permit fees to fire survivors. Understanding that that commitment had been made, Finance Committee worked with staff to generate what we think is a sort of a good faith estimate of what those refunds would look like and how much they would cost, which is what this line item is. Finance Committee was not making a recommendation one way or the other as to whether we should actually do the refunds. Our task was only to sort of make good on that promise that we would take a look at what a good faith number might look like.
Other questions, thoughts? Let me ask a question. Is this one a potential candidate for well, no, I'll withdraw that. The range that you've given, can you say a little bit more about that?
Yes, Mayor. What I did was, again, I looked at the revenues over 3 years, looked at the base expenses compared to 21, inflated those costs, knowing that people got raises, knowing that things got more expensive. And I was able to come with a year by year delta. I then took that delta and divided by the number of permits that were issued, which I want to say was about 450, to arrive at two different numbers to provide the range, right? One was the assumption that no existing staff, only incremental staff worked on it. And the other was a portion of existing staff. So that was the range of 2,036 on the lower end, with some of the base staff in the projection and analysis. No base staff was 3,689. You times it by 400-ish potential, and that's how you come with the rate.
So the question is, number one, I think whether we accept this as an ad, and two is probably the assumption that we use and the amount that we want to add. So why don't we take the first? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I would need a whole meeting on this one topic to give like a decision on a $2 million, you know, refund of money collected that, you know, was obviously for services provided, all these things, like, you know, we've not done this for any other person who has paid a permit fee, right? Look back and see, well, how much did it actually cost to process yours? So we try to charge a fair fee, and it's the same we charge everyone. It wasn't more for Marshall Fire families or anything like that. The other thing is, like, a lot of the rebates we gave, use tax rebates, otherwise, were conditional on, you know, some sort of attestation that you're underinsured. And so, like, would there be some sort of, again, like, in order to get the rebate, you have to, you know, at least check a box saying, you know, you're financially harmed by this, or that your insurance didn't cover your permit fee. You know, there's so many pieces to this. So it's like, you know, if my insurance company paid all my permit fees and I'm going to get a $2,000 rebate, does that go to the insurance company? Right. It just seems very complicated. So I'm not in any way prepared to be like, yeah, let's do this. I need to understand a lot more before I was willing to do it. And then again, with some of those things, do maybe 10%? Is it an automatic check that we just write out? Or do people request this based on, need or circumstance, like those are the things I put. So in that case, do 20% of them come back and ask for, a refund, or do 80%, so do these numbers change based on participation? So I'm just saying that there's no way I'd be like, yep, write a check today. I need a lot more conversation.
Other questions, comments?
I think if nothing else, it benefits for us to like maybe put this as a placeholder. It allows us to have a more detailed conversation. I think this is sort of like the taxes, and I think Kayla brought this up the other day. This was not anticipated income. We weren't anticipated to collect fees beyond what the actual like hard cost to the city was to process them. And this is just one more way that we service the people and help the people who were like so burdened by having to rebuild a home that they never wanted to rebuild, never wanted to lose in the first place. And so keeping this, I think maybe as a placeholder, we can work out the details. I do think that Councilmember Dickinson's right. There should be a lot of the same parameters around this that there were around the use tax. People have to agree that they were underinsured. There are some people whose insurance companies did specifically cover this cost, and they would have to agree that wasn't. But I think that, that's not an issue. We handled that perfectly before. The state has handled that with their use tax, and people have to submit and claim that they did not have the insurance to cover this. So that's why they're getting it refunded to them. So I think administratively, this would be possible. And I think it should be taken in the same spirit that collecting the use tax was. It was not anticipated income for the community. And this is how we continue to help. As it was pointed out, we've had amazing recovery. The rate has been tremendous. That doesn't mean that it didn't come at a great cost to those people. And I think recognizing that, continuing to recognize it, especially as we're saying we're going to celebrate this recovery and recognize the 5-year anniversary. What a way to kind of let our residents know that we haven't forgotten about them and the hardships, that especially the financial hardship they've encountered.
Other comments? Councilmember Cooperman and then Councilmember Hamilton.
I guess generally speaking, I agree with Councilmember Dickinson that, I think we would need to have a larger discussion around this item. I'm very happy to have it in there as a placeholder, though, as Councilmember Kern suggested. I have since the Finance Committee meeting, I have a few sort of more detailed questions about the analysis, which I don't think we need to bring up now, but there are still some questions that I'd like to look at in terms of how the numbers were arrived at.
I was just gonna ask a process question, like how do we take this offline? What's the appropriate next step to have this discussion so we can move forward to the other items as well?
Oh, I hear some consensus around the need for more information and analysis. And I think that's a smart idea and input. There's probably some community input that would be helpful there too. Personally, it's like, we're talking about a fairly substantial range and a significant cost on either side. I mean, it's $1 million to $1.7 million or 0.9 to $1.7 million. I could go either way on doing the placeholder right now, process-wise, but I think we would probably bring that back to have a longer discussion at a council meeting about it. That's the way, and maybe get some direction. And then I don't think we want to delay any more than we have or can, now that we have some information and hopefully get more. Yeah. Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I guess I understand the interest in more information. I sort of look at this in our current context as a budget, purely a budget question of, do we want to find at least another million, maybe $1.5 million or more in the general fund to fund this program, right? We know that's the sort of order of magnitude, is it's million and a half. And if so, are we gonna spend it out of fund balance? Are we gonna find another million of cuts somewhere in the general fund? And that's the budget conversation to me. Given sort of the tightness we've discussed in the general fund at large, I think we should come to some agreement as to whether there's comfort with finding another $1 million before we try and fine tune the details of the program. And look, I think if there was money lying around, this would be a worthy program. I mean, I think it makes sense. We have the analysis now. I certainly would like to do more for fire survivors. But I'm not sure I'd like to, at the expense of cutting another $1 million from other city services or from other important things we do. And I'm also not sure I would do it by spending down fund balance. So I, for one, I don't think I would keep it as a placeholder unless we uncover significant additional money in the general fund that we could spend.
And sort of thinking ahead, there's probably not 1.7 to be just gathered off the rest of it in the rest of the budget presentation. So I guess that would be another, I could foresee that would be another part of a discussion with council. We can see if there's comfort with seeking that kind of information. That is, one, whether we think this is a good idea. Two, if we do, where does the money come from? Whether going to fund balance is prudent, and trying to keep that in mind. What I'm kind of hearing there implicitly is that we ought to run that against other potential uses for that money, and that might be something that in a different meeting we might address. So it's not just simply looked at in a vacuum. That's one way of doing it. Yeah, go ahead.
Can the finance director speak to where those permit fees have been placed? Like what fund they're in or went to over the last several years of collection?
Council member, these are generated from community development through building permit fees, lives in the general fund. So it's where the revenues and expenses land.
Okay, so all of that money would have been placed into the general fund. So had the decisions been made a couple of years ago, that they would sit kind of as a placeholder, making sure that until we were able to calculate what the actual cost to the city was to administer those permits, there would have been funds to then, like some other cities impacted, have either not charged them or refunded them. And we could have done something similar, but so you're saying over the last several years, we've collected and put them in the general fund, and if there's no money there, that means we spent that money?
I can say that the revenues were collected and the expenses land in the general fund. I'm not able to delineate all the dollars in the general fund balance.
Okay, so some of this may, as Councilmember Dickinson pointed out, the fund balance has been increasing. So we could even say that some of these that have been collected contributed to, and that would be why, even though we've had this horrible disaster, we might have a couple of extra $1 million in that fund balance, is because we collected permit fees that we didn't specifically have all of the direct costs related to.
Will you repeat your question?
Sure. So happy to. So if we collected those fees, and as it was pointed out, our fund balance actually has been increasing even with a lot of tragedies of the Marshall Fire, of COVID. So, but specifically with the fire, it's been increasing over the last couple of years. It could be stated that the collected fees that were greater than the direct cost to the department to administer are now sitting in that fund balance. And that will be one of the reasons why it went up.
Councilmember, that is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hafner.
I'll just say for what it's worth, I mean, I agree descriptively with what Councilmember Kern just said, which is the money, the money in the general fund is fungible. And certainly we didn't segregate permit fees, but the balance in the general fund is in part attributable to permit fees. And so one decision we could make is let's spend down the fund balance and make this refund. I mean, I think you're right that that's the choice we're making. I think we would come out differently on it, but I agree with you on what the choice is.
So, and to Councilmember Dickinson's point, well, he can speak for himself, but one of the ideas would be, you said you weren't prepared to uh, decide whether to do this based on the information you have today, the amount or where it comes from. Do I have that right from your standpoint? I'm just that's a consideration that we can address.
Yeah, no, like I wouldn't give direction to allocate these funds today. I would want to understand more. And again, one of the big things is, we did a lot on council at that time to incentivize rebuilding and people staying, and incentives going to people who were rebuilding, not new people, those kind of all these things, and people who weren't fully insured. It was like everything was about incentivizing people to get back because we cared so much about that. 3.5, 4.5 years later, writing a $2,000 check to someone who's in our community doesn't have the same impact for me. The point was, what can we do to get our neighbors home? Not, like, again, 5 years later, can there be a refund of part of the fee? Right? That was not the emotional incentive. So in those moments, in those really intense, literally rallies out in front of City Hall and all these big conversations, it was, what can we do to make it easier to bring people home? And what we all decided is one of those things is dump a ton of money into our community development department to expedite permits and make sure we're not the reason people are getting delayed getting home. And I'm sure some people were delayed through that process, but we put so many resources into that. And that's why we didn't refund or rebate or discount the permit fee, because that was such an important part of getting people back home. And we don't have a third party that did it for us. We did it ourselves, and we brought in other people to help us. So I feel really good about the choice we made then, to rebate use tax, to, not roll back, but allow some, building code adjustments, to even get rid of the fire sprinklers. We did so many things to get people back home. This doesn't get anyone back home. This doesn't put one more person back home. So it doesn't have the same impact for me. And we are $34 million damaged by this Marshall fire. So it's not like we're making out, and we've lost employees and turnover. And I don't know if those costs are put in, indirectly, the burnout and turnover from the Marshall fire, in so many ways, right? Even a special election around the Marshall fire. Like, there are so many other costs that probably aren't being put in that model. So again, I'm just not super motivated to dip into our general fund or to decrease our services for a 4 years later refund. That doesn't have the same impact for me. So I'd have to really understand who we're doing it for, why we're doing it, how it's helping, who gets it, how they get it, all of those things. And then I think there could be a program I totally support that is absolutely the right thing to do, to give a subset of people a $2,000, $3,000 check, and they need it. But like, yeah, there are a lot of people harmed, the renters that all are gone. We're not doing a single thing for them in this program. Like, you could spend $1 million on rental assistance to try to fix the mistake of so many people getting displaced from our community. So there's just so many things to talk about that I've already just spent 5 minutes today on it, but like, I would need an entire meeting on this topic to feel like this group of 7 could get to a really fair decision on it.
Let me make a proposal. We've got a ways to go on the rest of these decisions. I think we've had a pretty fertile beginning of a discussion about these issues. I think in some way we could make a decision today. I don't think that that's the best way of doing it. I think there's concerns about, this kind of payment versus other kinds of payments, either related to the fire or related to something else. There's questions of how the amounts were calculated. There's the questions about whether if we decided to um, to fulfill the commitment that we made to when should we do that and from what fund? And there's a lot of different pieces. I don't know that we need a whole meeting to discuss that, but I think a separate item at a meeting would certainly be helpful. And what would be helpful would be the background information. So I guess process-wise, Councilmember Hamilton, after all of that, I think I would still suggest that the best way to proceed would be to line this up and or tee it up for a council meeting in the nearest future that we can have to come to some decision about whether, how, when, from what fund to provide any kind of potential rebates. And I'd add to that that rebates are have a tax impact too to people. There may be a way around that, but I can't, certainly with a rebate, there's no way around it, whether it could be characterized some other way. If we did go that way, I don't know, but I know that would make a difference to, the end user. So that's what I would suggest. How do council members feel about that?
I disagree, personally. I'm not sure spending more time on this is gonna help us reach a better decision. I think there's a near unlimited demand for money back from the city for bad things that have happened to people, which are real. Some of them happened to me. I'd like some money back. And I think at some point we're gonna have the courage to have a conversation about how much money will we budget against near unlimited demand. And this number reflects several months of work by finance committee and staff to come up with a good faith estimate of what were the amounts collected for building permit fees above and beyond the true hard costs of running the department. This reflects a lot of work by a lot of people. It's a real number. I mean, it's not a perfect number. I don't think there is a perfect number. There are so many people that were impacted in so many ways, as the mayor pro tem pointed out, that we could look around, we could dig around in this hole for many meetings and not come to what I think would be a satisfying result for anyone. And so the conversation I really want to have is how much are we willing to budget out of the general fund or some other fund, if there's a better fund, to make these refunds, and then figure out what the program is, right? If it's a $500,000 program or a $1 million program or a $2 million program, let's figure out what the money is and then figure out the program around it. But I don't think there's any amount of analysis that's going to solve the difficult question of a lot of bad things happen to people that cost them huge amounts of money. I mean, just huge amounts of money. $2,000 back, $3,000 back, $10,000 back. I don't know what the right answer is, but I know that our ability to get to the right answer is limited by our budget, which is tight to begin with.
And just to be clear, when you say bad things happen to you, indeed on the fire, they did. I
Yes,
would make
indeed
sure
on,
that it
indeed
wasn't
on the fire. And that's
in
not
context.
to file my claim or have a grievance or anything.
Right.
It's just to say there were people who were, and renters, there were people impacted in all manner of ways. And I think I personally agree with the mayor pro tem sentiment that the city did an admirable job in the heat of the moment, trying to do the best thing possible for the greatest number of people. And, sort of revisiting that effort with after the fact clarity is going to be both a difficult and painful exercise. And one that doesn't have, I don't think we will come to a clear right answer.
Point was just to make it clear that you weren't being flip about bad things happening to you.
Yeah.
It was bad things as a result of the fire. Other comments about, I appreciate the feedback on the proposal I was making. And we can talk about that too, but any other comments that you have? Would you rather do another meeting or would you rather do an up, down, and then, today. Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman and then Councilmember Kern.
Just one brief comment. No, I agree a lot with a lot of what Councilmember Huffner just said. I think, the reason that we're looking at this particular thing is because there was some form of commitment from a previous council, whereas, other grievances that people might have, there were no commitments, right, from council that they would look at this or even think about it, right? So I do feel like this is somewhat of a special case, right, where just because a previous council said, yes, we will, or to some degree said, yes, we will look into this issue.
With the implication, I'm just going to add to your statement, literally with a comment, with the implication in that commitment to look into the cost, that if there was an overpayment in the permit fees in excess of the cost to the city for specifically administering the permits, that fund, that money would be refunded to the people who paid the permit. I think that was the implication of that commitment to look into it versus at the time in the heat of the moment saying, that's it. We've heard from Director of Planning that, or Community Development, that we can refund 36.7% of the permit fee, and we'll be safe in doing that. The city will still have all the expenses to cover all the new staff that we need to process these rapidly. Nobody knew that that would be the case. Was it going to be 52% that we could be refunding to people? And I think that was the commitment, was how much can we do? Where is the cost related to the permits that are being paid? Now that we have that idea, I think this is that special case, as Councilmember Cooperman pointed out, where it does still actually help people, quite frankly, especially people who have been sitting on the edge of their seats, hoping and waiting because they've got, maybe metal fence wings that they need to pay for so that they can harden their home and keep their dog in their backyard. Things like that that are still in that process for people. It's not done. And it will make a difference and help, especially for those who are anticipating that this might happen.
Other comments? Councilmember Cooperman?
Just want to make one little follow-up. So, I mean, maybe one thing we should, there are certainly other grievances that council has never touched on, which, we should consider in the same light. And I'm not going to suggest anything, but, maybe what we need to do is decide whether or not we feel like we do need to hold to that commitment that was made to some extent by previous council. Maybe that's sort of a first question to address.
Member Temple.
Yeah, having been on that council and in that conversation, a big part of that moment was the use tax is a sales tax, is a revenue that isn't going towards a particular action. Certainly it costs money to do that stuff, but that the permit fees were being collected to perform a service. And so the reason, there was a lot of accusation like, oh, Superior's just giving half back. No, they're taking their profit that they get and they're only charging what the third party charges to run their program. And so they would collect X and give Y to someone else. Actually, we'll just collect Y. We won't collect that extra part. So it's easy for them to just give their profit back. Well, we didn't have a profit center. So the whole argument is this is not a profit center. We are not trying to gain on the permits. We are trying to perform a really good service. And so, we can look at this in the future. If this turns out to be some huge profit center and we're just raining money, then we should absolutely look at that. And if that's the case, we can give money back. That's the promise. That's the commitment. This is not a profit center. This is not meant to make us money. So if the community feels, duped, that what the city really was doing was trying to benefit from the fire, and we need to give that, surplus back. Again, every single person who's ever had a permit done deserves that money back. It's not supposed to be a profit center. So we're going to evaluate every single permit that anyone has ever put in and say, oh, actually, it only costs us $2,000, not $3,000. Here's $1,000 back for every human that's ever had a permit. Because that's what we're saying is like, this is not supposed to be a profit. And if we profit off it, we owe you money back. That is not our policy. But the idea in that Marshall Fire moment was, we are not trying to profit off this, but I will give you, the use tax would be a profit. So let's rebate the use tax because that, we don't need to profit off of this, but the permit fee is not a profit. And so, yeah, we might be up 1 million, we might be up 1.5 million. We're also down millions in other places, right? And so it's just more complicated. But it wasn't, when I was there, it was not, we will look into this 3 years down the road. And if there's any extra money, we promise we will write you a check. That is what we'll do in the future. We promise we will look at this and see what the impact was. So we have, and I think to Judy's point, we might have up to 1.7 million that people deserve back based on that conversation. Like that is a reasonable result of that conversation, is that, yeah, we have maybe up to 1.7 we could give back. But and I'm not prepared to do that today. What time is it? So, Mayor, I think we need to figure out how to move on, if you want to take a vote or if you want to schedule another meeting, but.
Yeah, quite frankly, my conclusion from hearing the discussion is that we don't have a lot of appetite for kicking this down to another meeting, and that we're prepared to decide here whether we want to include the amount that has been worked up. And I don't mean to shortchange finance or the finance department about the work that's been done, or the deputy city manager worked on this as well. That certainly isn't the case. It's sort of to do it all in one, but I don't hear a lot of appetite for that. I hear the appetite for saying at least yes or no. And if it's yes, perhaps there's another meeting to decide, but I'm not sure I even hear that. I think it sounds like we could make a decision about where the money comes from too. We could make a decision, yes, and the money comes from general fund, the general fund, or we could make a decision, no, or we could make a decision, yes, that it comes from the losing my train of thought on the part of the general fund just digging into the general fund, not general fund balance, excuse me. We could make those decisions right now. And if people are willing to make the decision right now, yes or no, we want to do this based on the information we have, then maybe that's what we ought to do right now. We do need to move on because we've got more to do, but this is one of the reasons why I thought it was good to do it in another meeting, but I think we've had enough discussion. We're ready to do that. Thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't commented quite yet. So, I was on I am on finance committee. No, went through all the details, participated in this discussion, from what I gather, there was a belief that there was an economy of scale here with the Marshall Fire that would contribute to the overall cost per permit of being reduced. I think at the end of the day, this is a lot of money. And for me, there's no expiration date on doing what I think is the right thing, whether it's 6 months later or 3 months down the road. If we come back with this analysis and it shows that, yeah, there were some fees that were collected that might have been above and beyond what it cost it to run that program, then to me, the right thing to do is to refund those, because the point of the program is not to make money from it. And we'll have to make a tough decision about where that money comes from. I'll just stop there.
Does that augur for making a separate meeting to decide that? Or does that augur for making a decision today?
Well,
Sounds like the former.
I got the impression that we're making the decision today, so I wanted to voice why I'm going to make the decision, the way I'm going to make the decision.
Okay, all right. You have anything?
Yeah, I guess the last thing I'll say before we vote is like, I'll I will vote not to do this, but it feels like I might be willing to do something. And that feels sad, like to say like, oh, well, if I say yes or no, answer is no. So maybe to Barbara's point, this can still come back later. Like, maybe it's $500,000 that we want to give to a certain subset of the people who check that box, right? Like, maybe there's a way to do it that isn't the 1.7 million or the 0.9 million, or that just a way I feel comfortable. So I'm actually not, it might sound like I'm not saying we shouldn't give any of this money back. I'm saying I do not have the information to do that. So if I'm voting today, I don't want to do that. And then I'm happy to talk about it again at a later date if someone wants to bring it back. I don't mean to be as aggressively against it. I've said several times, I just don't have the information I need.
Understood. Why don't we just go down the line? Maybe we can, are you willing to put the 0.9 to 1.7 in here today and award that to?
I personally would not, and I would encourage those voting to do it to explain where we're gonna find the money.
Others? Councilmember Kern?
I'm in favor. I'm in favor of us working hard and figuring out where we can come up with the funds or have the finance director and maybe the city manager weigh in on the impact to the fund balance, if that's where it needed to be, because the funds were collected. They're in our budget. If we've already spent them in the previous years, I really like the way that Councilmember Hamilton phrased this. There is no deadline on doing the right thing, and especially honoring the sentiment of commitment. And I think that we should follow through on this and figure out a way to do it for the residents who have rebuilt, who are still here, who, and maybe the discussion needs to be had on the details of how the program is refunded and implemented. But I think if we don't put a placeholder, we won't make quick decisions, or we won't make that decision, in the near future, and we should. So we should have a placeholder at a minimum, I think.
Councilmember Cooperman?
I'm not sure at the moment. I don't know. I guess for the moment, I would, there are a few very specific questions I have. There's some other stuff that I would like to review again before I would make a decision. So I guess I would say put it off for another moment.
You said not do the placeholder?
Well, it depends what a placeholder is, but
It means that there's some level of consideration that funds have to come from the general fund or somewhere else. Not putting placeholder means this is not going to be discussed.
I mean, again, I'm very happy to continue to discuss this. But yeah, there are a few more things that I would, are we just saying yes or no for that column, or is that what you would like?
Yeah.
And abstain. Yeah.
You can, but I don't think that's a good
Yeah.
thing to do in an election year. You can certainly say you want to defer it. I mean, that's what council member, I'm not encouraging it, frankly, but that's really what Mayor Pro Tem, I think, is suggesting on his vote or his position. Not that he is voting, no, absolutely not. It's maybe, but I need more information. There's really two variables here. There's, do we want to rebate 0.9 to $1.7 million to those fire survivors who paid permit fees at any time in the process? Or not. That's, and the other variable is from what fund? You know, is it gonna be from the general fund or the general fund balance? That's kind of what we're doing. And then we can talk, if it's from the general fund, then we've got an obligation, as I think Councilmember Hefner said, we gotta find a way to get to find the money. Yeah. Councilmember.
And let me just, and I think this is implicit, but let me say it out loud. I don't think what anybody is talking about is we're gonna do this on a going forward basis, right? I mean, one thing we should think about is we don't true up building permit fees at the end of the year every year. We don't look at it and say, well, in 2027, we collected $15 million, but only cost 12 to run the department. So we have to make pro rata refunds. Or in 2029, we collected $10 million, but it cost 15 to run the department. So we've got to go back to the builders and collect what, you know, the additional. I don't think we've ever done it that way. This would be a one-off exception to how we do it, which is the way we do it, ordinary course of business, is it's a study. We use a sort of 3 or 4 or 5 year average to do the study, come up with average costs, use the average cost to set the fees. And then it's sort of rough justice after that. Nobody's building permit fee, I don't think, ever exactly matches what it costs Rob's group to process their building permit. It's all like, sort of like the budget. It's always going to be wrong, but we try and get a rough estimate. And I don't think what anybody's talking about is we're going to, on any sort of continuous basis, try and match exact costs to exact building permit fees. This would be a sort of one-time effort at doing that exercise.
And I would say to that, I think that's implicit,
Yeah.
but I think it's good that you stated it. I think that the other part, just in reference to that, is I think there will be at some point, can't tell you exactly when, an effort by the city to evaluate its fees, like globally, to figure out whether the cost of the service is roughly the amount of the fee. That is not what we're talking about today.
Yeah.
We're looking at one set of potential rebates. Okay. Does that clarify? All right. Councilmember Cooperman, coming back to you.
I guess I'll vote with Councilmember Dickinson then.
Okay.
Which is third. What?
Which is the maybe, but defer in the short.
Yeah, defer in the short.
So first, our decisions should not be influenced by whether it's an election year or not. I just had to say that out front because that comment really bothered me. And second, this is our job, is to make tough decisions, and we need to commit one way or the other to what our decision is. To me, deferring is not an option because you told us we had to say yes or no based on the information we have today. So we're not really getting anywhere with these deferral votes. So I would like to keep it on as a line item for all the reasons that I mentioned earlier. So I am a yes, keep it on.
All right. Councilmember Fahey.
I've also been going back and forth on this particular issue. But after much consideration, I am going to vote yes and leave the decision up to the mayor.
Um,
Don't worry, it's not an election year.
no, my comment, Councilmember Hamilton, was meant in jest. I'm sorry it landed differently. Yeah, I think I've been thinking about all of this as you all have, and thinking hard. I think we did make a commitment. The commitment in my mind was we were going to come back after doing what we could to create or take advantage of an economy of scale. I think there was never an intention ever to collect more than the service was costing us. I don't like the term profit. It's not a profit center. There's no profit in what we do on this. It's a matter of being equitable, money in and money out. That's what a fee is. And it's different from a tax. It's a fee. And I think we certainly implicitly, if not explicitly, and I think based on what I have read since then of all of the things that were said, I think we did make a commitment to revisit it. And if there was um, information that staff evaluated and came to a conclusion that we took in more money than than the service cost, that we would get that back to the fire survivors. The money came in. It's been in the general fund, so it's we have been using it, drawing on it. I think it's a special case. It's a one-off. It's not we have to do this in every single case. I think we're going to evaluate fees in the future. And I think that's a separate issue, entirely separate issue from what we're doing today. I think the urgency of it is the time has passed. And I think the urgency is also, we don't have money in our general fund budget that we have gone over to be able to pay for this. We're not going to be able to find, in my view, another $1.7 million to cover this. And so for that reason, I am in favor, yes, up or down, yes, and to take it from the fund balance on a one-time basis with the details to be worked out. And we do have, as I hear it, 4 people now who've said yes. I think I'm not the only person who said that should come out of a fund balance, but it looks like we have 4 in favor of putting it in as a line item, but we don't know where the money is coming from. So, and we've got several people who'd really be more comfortable either deciding no or waiting for at least some additional consideration. Do I have that right? Okay.
So what's the next step for staff? Like what direction were you just given?
Well, we're not done yet.
Okay.
I think the next step would be where does the money come from? Because if it's a fund balance, or do we have to run this against all the other budget items? And I think that's something everybody, all 7 folks, should speak to. I would take it from fund balance.
Yeah, that's the only option, right?
It's not the only option, but I think it's the best
What's the
option.
second option?
Well, the second option is to find another million or $1.7 million, and I don't think that's.
But this isn't a recurring. Sorry,
Right,
this isn't a
not
recurring
recurring.
thing. This isn't,
It's a one-time.
there's only one option, is to take it from the general fund. So,
Correct.
Yeah, no, you're right. So
So the.
I think we're done.
The recommendation is we will include it in the budget. I would recommend that we go ahead and budget for the full 1.7 million taken from fund balance. We will go back, we will analyze the homes that would potentially benefit from this. We would create criteria in terms of original, options for council, original property owner that rebuilt. I'm also hearing, were their fees covered by insurance? And how many people are still original, that are still in their homes? So there's some analysis that we can do. It may not total 1.7 million. Once we do that full analysis, it may be less than that. And then also, I think that we would look into an opt-out provision, because I have heard people say they would opt out of this. And so, with council's authorization, we would budget at the 1.7 million coming out of fund balance, and then bring back a proposed menu of items as to how it would be implemented.
Everybody, given the decision that we made a minute ago, is everybody comfortable with that way of proceeding?
I'm comfortable with proceeding in that fashion. I have one more maybe criteria that you could add, and that's the deadline for how long this would be available.
I think we'll have another bite at this when you bring it back, because I would say I don't know if I agree with that, but happy to see that language and what that deadline would be. But I would also add, we had a piece around, if you're building back to the same size or larger, so I would have, how big, if they had a 3,000 built to 6,000, their permit fees would have been more, right? So anyways, it should also be the size of the home.
Other comments? Right? Direction clear? All right, let's move on.
So Mayor, if I could expedite these next few items. On the strategic planning, core services, service level alignment, I think at this point in time, we would defer this item for consideration as part of the 27-28 budget, with council authorizing the $100,000 for efficiency upgrades. I'd rather focus on that at this point in time. For the potential polling and engagement, I think that's dependent upon whether or not we're going to move up the historic preservation tax to the 2026 election. And at that point in time, we could decide whether or not we need polling and engagement. So I would say defer this one for now. Holiday lighting expansion. I've heard a lot about this item. I would recommend that you approve this one, because this one has, I think, generated a lot of conversation amongst downtown, is my understanding. And to assist Adam and his team in being able to accommodate the request. Also, with the 4th of July and the 150 commemoration, giving cultural services the authority and ability to program for this event, I would recommend yes. And then for the council-sponsored events fund at EVC tomorrow, we are bringing forward a draft sponsorship policy. I would recommend yes on this one, as well as we have a lot of community events that are looking for city participation. And this would provide a formalized mechanism to not only have those events authorized, but then also provide a dedicated funding source that's limited in nature to be able to, for council to consider.
So as far as the others, what we're talking about is adding the last three. Holiday lighting expansion, 4th of July, and the council-sponsored events, but the others deferring them. People comfortable with that? Yeah, okay. Other fund financial forecasts.
So we have an option for you, recognizing that it's 4:00. We have some decision points that are remaining. The open space acquisition target reserve amount. So as we look at the presentation for these other fund financial forecasts, these have been addressed in Finance Committee. I would recommend that maybe we just go directly to the open space conversation so we can address that. And then go next to historical preservation tax, because that's a council decision point. And then spend the remainder of our time on board and commission requests, and then public input. So there's some things that we can expedite if you're okay with us skipping some of the slides.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to slide 62, honing on some of the last decision points we're seeking today. Here's a long-term financial forecast for the open space fund, structurally balanced throughout the model. Fast forwarding to 2030, you can see what the projected fund balance is in this fund, roughly 4,000,017 restricted fund, 2.3 for acquisition. I would like to say that our financial policy states that the actual target, I think you go to the next slide now. The target acquisition reserve amount shall be set by city council from time to time throughout the budget process. What we have right now is by financial policy, 30% of the incremental tax, 30% of the 1/8 is the carve out set aside. That's kind of growing year to year. That's approximately $300,000 a year. Guess you can go back to that one. And you can see over time it accumulates 2.3. So what I'm seeking right now, what we're seeking is that target reserve amount, dollar amount that is to be set time to time from city council.
Councilman.
So the reason this is in the financial policy is because finance committee asked to put it in there when the parks and open space funds were being separated. And the thinking behind a target amount is there is sort of a natural tension, right, between spending money on present day operations and needs and saving money for future acquisitions. And unless you have some mechanism in place to save for future acquisitions, the tendency is often to spend it all and then some, as we just learned on today's needs and desires, and then you're left over with nothing for the future. And so the idea is council will pick a number. I mean, I think finance committee wrote this language recognizing the choice was too big for us to make as a group of three as to what the target should look like. But the thought is, what is sort of your rainy day fund or war chest amount such that when the dead man's curve comes available or some other property comes available, you have some money in the bank to go buy it. I think it's my own personal view is it's some single digit millions of dollars, whether it's 3 or 5 or more than 5. I'm not totally sure. I would be inclined to sort of pick something in the 5-ish range, and we can always change it in the future, but it's sort of it's a savings goal to grow towards such that we are prepared and ready when properties become available.
Thoughts, Councilmember Dickinson?
I guess I'm just confused because we have to put the roughly 300K in, right? And so we'll build over time unless we spend it, then it goes down. But if we set a mark, let's say 2 million, and then we get to 2.3, we can't take that 300,000 and push it over to operations, right? Like, don't we have to keep that? Like, if we hit the target, can we use the money above the target?
The policy is written as such where there's flexibility. It is
Okay.
legally restricted within the fund, but the policy that is
Okay.
set could be amended.
So for instance, if the fund balance grew to 15 million and we had nothing to buy, we put ourselves in a situation where we just have 15 million sitting there and nothing available to buy. And so this could put us in a position where we say, hey, let's cap the amount we're holding in reserve. We're not going to get to that amount for a while. But if we say 5 million is the most we'd ever want to just have sitting there, then once you get to 5.2, you can spend that 200 on operations. Is
Yeah,
that what I'm hearing?
let me see if I can answer. So the way it's set up is you're doing your 30% until you hit that cap amount. As soon as you hit the cap, that money is no longer set aside. It's just in the unreserved open space fund balance and can be spent on anything open space related.
Well, I'm comfortable with that, and I agree with you, whether it's 2 million is not a ton if you're trying to buy property. So whether it's 3, 4, 5, I think those numbers make sense to me. I think I would be concerned if we had $10 million sitting in that account, what that would mean. Again, our parks fund is underfunded and open space looks like it's okay, right? The green balance looks like open space is flush, parks is hurting, acquisition fund is doing great, but yeah, anyways, I think that's reasonable. I don't know what other people think, but.
Other questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Have we had any input from OSAB as to what they think? Because we thought, last year that it 30% of this sounded like a good way to get everything started. So there'd be some funds, but I'd like to hear from them. They've weighed in a lot on some recent properties. And, if they feel like, yeah, 4,000 or 4,000, wish properties were that cheap. 4 million was an okay amount to like kind of stop it. But if they're like, we're kind of concerned that there wouldn't be enough. I would hate that we sat here, put this cap, and then there's this amazing opportunity that wasn't realized. And especially if it's Open Space Advisory Board's recommendation to us to keep it more fluid for them. I'd like that opportunity to be there. So that's my only concern with picking picking a small million number with how expensive property is in Boulder County, or specifically Louisville.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we could use this money as a way to finance acquisition of a property and then keep that 30% coming in to basically pay the mortgage or on that property. So I like Councilmember Hefner's suggestion of a healthy but modest amount, because we also have heard frequently from OSAB and other groups in the community that there's a lot of work to be done to restore. And so, and that's going to take years and years as well. So I want to make sure we have a healthy, operating budget to achieve that, but also a healthy acquisition to, in my mind, we're gonna have to finance probably regardless of whatever property we're talking about. It's gonna take us decades to get to enough to buy with cash outright our options that we have. So the fact that we can change it over time as well, I don't feel the need to sit here and debate it for quite some time. I think we can just land where we want to land and revisit it on a rolling basis.
Others? Great. Okay. Sounds like we've got the.
Oh, wait, I do think we need a number.
And the number you were talking about was 5? 5.
Yeah.
I think he said 5.
He said 5, I just said
Oh, you
4
s-
to be contrary.
No.
4.7.
Okay.
Okay, it's gonna be 4.7. Have to move on.
Thank you, Mayor. What I'm hearing is 5.
Just a second. I
Oh.
think Councilmember Cooperman snuck his hand up just at the last minute.
Are we able to finance purchases of open space in that kind of way?
Councilmember Cooper, my understanding that's adding debt, and you would have to go to the voters to add more debt to the city.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Sorry, follow-up question. What, in theory, at least, can't we COP an open space property and pay it out of the ongoing?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can look into it for you. Okay, moving on. Our last decision point we have is on slide 77. With the Historical Preservation Fund tax set to expire at the end of 2028, we are seeking your direction to add this extension or any modifications to it well in advance of that expiration, and to add it to the 2026 council work plan.
Council members, yes. Councilmember Hefner.
I would just say, given our recent experience with the open space tax expiration, there's a lot of merit to moving this up, so we're not up against it. It'll save us some money on polling. I think we'll have some wiggle room if the voters tell us it's wrong or they don't want it. I'd hate to get to a position where it's sort of a must do to avoid a negative consequence. So I see only upside in pulling it forward and trying to get some clarity from the voters.
I agree.
I agree also, but there's a question, do we put it to the voters as, do we extend it for another 10 years or do we do it in perpetuity?
I think we could make that decision.
10 years?
Well, we can talk about.
Okay.
We want to work on it next year.
Yeah.
Answer that question next year.
Yeah,
The
but
question is,
we want it on the ballot this November?
no,
next year?
next year.
Okay,
And we would talk about it on the work plan. That's the recommendation that I'm hearing.
okay.
Okay, good. Yes, Councilmember Cooperman?
Could someone remind us, are there other sources of funding for the Historical Preservation Fund besides the sales tax? Like, I thought there was some permit fees or something, maybe that went, no?
I mean, there's it's sales and use tax.
Okay.
So any type of use tax in the same proportion as a sales tax would go into the fund, I think.
Yeah, that's accurate. It's about $1 million a year. If you really wanted to get into the weeds, there's some interest income and there are, I think, 2 loans in that fund to help support some former grants, but pretty nominal amounts.
Okay, and that's fine, thank you.
We're moving forward with it, but I would also say it supports the museum. So that's not a revenue, but it's a ongoing expense. So if we were to lose it, we would lose that funding for the museum as well.
All right, I think we got direction there.
Okay, let's move to the next handful of slides, really ending this presentation on board and commission work plan and budgetary requests. Is that okay? These next 2 slides were intended to be discussed at last week's special meeting. Just want to have your awareness and any direction or feedback from y'all on OSAB's request. This is this slide. Let me just pause there for a second. Yeah.
Just to provide some context, at the various advisory boards, we did have the annual meetings with the advisory boards. There was some confusion related to their work plans because unless they specifically heard council say yes to the specific item, they didn't take it as it was council's authorization to move forward with those specific items. So part of this is just confirming that, what they submitted as their work plan request, unless you specifically told them that you didn't support something, that you are then supporting what they were proposing to do as part of their work plan, if that makes sense.
I have a question. Then these are all things, for example, on this slide, these are all things that OSAB would like us to do, or they would like to do
That
for us.
they would like to do, correct.
But we haven't designated any funding to assist with it, or?
So there's 2 other slides that are their budget requests. So these 2 slides are to bring awareness back to what they submitted as part of their work plan. And then the next 2 slides after this are the budget requests, some of which are required to support some of these items. But we wanted to call their requests out specifically because they've had questions as to when is council going to discuss or consider our budget requests or our work plan requests.
Councilmember Hamilton?
And I think I know the answer, but I have to explicitly ask this. The budget line items as well, these are not in any way encompassed under the requests that we've received from directors. This is above and beyond the discussion that we've had thus far.
Right, they're not encompassed by what's been submitted by directors, and they're not currently in the model, the budget model.
Thank you.
Okay, what's kind of march these next few slides. PPLAB, LSAB, and RAB also had work plan requests for your awareness. And then the next 2 slides are their board and commission budgetary requests. These are the requests, again, not in the model. Here's OSAB's, totaling 9.2 million for 2026.
I mean, obviously, that's a hefty sum. Go ahead, Councilmember Hefner.
Let's do all of it. No. The one that does stick out to me as worth discussing is the puck and stick court. And I don't know if we'd want to fund all of it, but just given the extensive community discussion around the pickleball conversion, I would be in favor of at least adding some money to, do some site study, site selection type work around, if we wanted to put a multi-use rink somewhere in Louisville, where could we do it? What would it look like? What would it cost? I don't think I'm ready to put in a full amount to actually build it, but I think as part of that discussion, a lot of us recognized there was value to the community in having that facility and interest from the community in having that facility. It was a contentious decision, and I'd like us to see if at least we can figure something out. I'd love to do Caleb's soccer fields too, but that's maybe a harder conversation, so I'm gonna stop there.
Other tags? Yes.
So, I mean, thank you for the comment about the puck and stick spot. Yeah, if there is something that we can, kind of like we were trying to save money by reusing the inline rink for pickleball, if there's a way to reuse something else, an underutilized space or a not utilized space for one of our other parks for this, that would probably be a great way to do it and save money. I do think, and I mean, I know it's expensive, 1.5 million. I don't know how firm that is, Adam, on the cost of tennis courts, but Rap's been pretty, like, for years now talking about this and the potential revenue add that it can actually be for the city to have those additional courts at Centennial, so that they can do tournaments and things like that. And it may be worth looking into, is that a hard number? Can it be done for 1 million instead of 1.5 million? I'm not sure. Our staff has done an amazing job of maintaining the courts that are there. So they didn't have to like get really redone and replaced. So that might be something that that we might want to look at, as it's been a pretty heavy, high number one ask from RAB for quite a few years now.
Other comments? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. So if I had my way, we'd do all of this. I think looking at where we're at now, which is year 2 of our budget cycle, that impacts how I approach this list of asks, as opposed to the first year of our cycle. I don't doubt that there isn't some, downstream, monetary benefit to the courts, the tennis courts, but I have a hard time initiating it now in year 2. I think that's something maybe to, have a conversation at a later point on. The puck and stick, I mean, all know where I stood on that, so I can, get on board with Councilmember Hefner's suggestion of, if not the total 200K, investigating where can we maybe land that resource for our community in the most financially, responsible way possible. So again, it's not that I don't like all these or I don't want all of them, but I'm just looking at it through the lens of year 2, and that definitely impacts how I approach these requests. I think, Mayor, there's a comment from Director Blackmore.
Yes, go ahead. If I may, thank you. Just a reminder that we are also in the process of going through our PROS long range plan that will have a substantial amount of community engagement and feedback on the amenities that we would like to see invested in, specifically with outdoor recreation amenities for things like expansion of tennis or, the public comments during the pickleball conversion aside, the desire for the stick and puck. If we want to do an investment, we can certainly do some site planning. We could do that internally of where it would potentially fit, underutilized resources, that kind of thing. But as it relates to investment in the 26 budget, per your point, we can find a middle potentially with that. I would also note that the 1.5 for Centennial Courts is currently an unfunded project request for 2028. This isn't the first time that it's been put forward. This is a request from RAB to consider moving it up and bringing it into a funded position. So we'd be happy to submit that going into the 27-28 budget as well for consideration. So just wanted to point those two things out.
Other comments? Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah, had a couple of questions. So the sustainability specialist listed there, would that basically be the same thing as the position we talked about earlier? That would be grant funded? Okay. This is just to expand our staff. Okay. And I assume that the hard to recycle voucher is more or less what we approved the other night. Okay. And then on the next page, maybe a question for Director Blackmore. You know, as we saw in the open space fund and its projections, you know, it's pretty healthy. I don't know, has the open space thought about, you know, incorporating any of these options into its budget?
Not for 2026. We did request the staff expansions that you see there that did not make the cut for personnel expansions as was gone through earlier. I think that the water rights conversation was consideration for the work plan as much as it was for funding to be set aside. So that was something that we could certainly explore if there's a desire to put it on the work plan. The other items at this point in time for 2026 haven't been considered for projects or funding ads.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there are a few items on the whole list that would be interesting to discuss as part of our work plan discussions. The one that I would make a pitch for is the Sustainable Neighborhoods Network. As possibly including that in the budget for 2026.
Do we know how much that is roughly? Just as you, oh, we've got it. I'm sorry, we've got it up there. Didn't have that in front of me. It's,
There's a question on that.
I think first. Deb. Fahey.
I just have a question on the clubhouse pre-design. Is it also, there's there also something already budgeted for the repair of the existing clubhouse if we're not going to build a new one?
We have later this fall, we have pretty significant interior upgrades, and facilities maintenance also has some money set aside to continue to maintain the building as it is.
Okay.
This money was put forward as RAB as a placeholder to begin that design process. And something that we'll keep considering during budget season. There was a request as we work through for some level of site planning as for next year. We haven't gotten far enough into that to really be able to quantify what that number would look like. This was just a placeholder from RAB to continue the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from council members on these? I've got a couple of thoughts. On the puck and stick court, I question how much community support there is necessarily for this compared to other potential uses of that. But what I would say about that one is I think pending the study that you're doing, I think we should defer that one until we run that against all the other kinds of potential uses. And not move forward with that. That's my own view, even as design. I mean, I think putting money into design is putting the cart before the horse. On the integrated weed management, we have had a lot of discussion about that in the last year, or I guess I would maybe say that staff has had a lot of discussion with the community on that. And I would ask about that. You know, that didn't make the cut in yours budget asks, but I wonder what you think of that, Director.
Yeah, that's another one that would be a work plan item, primarily intended, I think, in 2026 to be educational and to revisit kind of what we're doing and how we're doing it. And then if there's a desire to revisit with a more professional evaluative approach with a consulting firm, we'd be happy to consider that in the 27-28 budget.
Fair enough. It sounded to me, and I don't know, the council member Fahey, you were expressing interest in adding the request for plans for the see if the clubhouse pre-design, were you just asking about that? Okay, so it sounds like really the only one that we have discussed that we might want to add is the puck and stick court. Do we want to do a thumbs up on that one? Yeah, Councilmember Hamilton.
I forgot that we were working on the long range plan. So, I'm fine waiting for that plan to help inform this decision. I just want to make sure that when we do engagement of the community, it includes the population that said they weren't engaged sufficiently for the conversion item.
That's fair enough. Yes.
I would just say, I mean, I'm not disagreeable with that, but it's just given the pickleball conversion, which I voted for, rather than asking people to come and engage again in another long-term process that will then, that's going to last for a year and then is going to come to, like, it'll be years before we do anything. And to me, it strikes me as a sort of relatively light lift to spend a little sort of internal staff time figuring out where we might put this as a show of good faith for the many reasons that I think Councilmember Hamilton talked about during that hearing. That we didn't do a perfect job getting it 25 budget item, and I would rather look into this sooner rather than sort of roll it into another long range planning process that may not have the same engagement problems that we've had in the past.
Other comments? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
I mean, again, maybe we could ask Director Blackmore. I mean, your staff did some evaluation of potential other locations. Do you feel like there really is much more that you can do to assess where we might put?
I mean, what we would do would be expand our own internal engagement and outreach effort on the prospective locations. We have where it would fit, and we have, potential feedback as it relates to things like converting basketball courts, having the opportunity to have somewhere that people can skate. The feedback we received thus far is that's not a very well received idea because of joints and that kind of thing that come into that. But we could certainly, to Councilmember Hefner's point, we could expand on those site planning efforts just to, probably not even have much of a financial investment. It would just be more taken as a directive from council and the city manager to evaluate the feasibility in the future and then bring it back as a construction request if desired for 27, if that's okay.
Councilmember.
And I think there's the puck and stick, right? One of the things you heard in that is like, I just want somewhere I could go and like fire a puck at a net. I don't need a whole court. The rink was rarely used as a game, but like it was a place for people to practice their stick skills. And so I think there's multiple things we're talking about, right? There's the actual like, this really works for a full game, and this works for someone to practice some skills. So I think, I think it's reasonable to, think about where that belongs. And then to the long range plan, again, it's competing against a lot of things. And so that was a tough conversation, but it all started because it was a grossly underused resource. And so like, oh, let's make another one. Okay, but the one we had was not, that was the original problem. So it was converted to a pickleball court as a different use, but the original problem was that it was underused. So you take an underused thing and build it again is a little difficult for me. Like now, if that is what we find when we go out and we go like, what do you guys want? And like, you took our hockey rink away. We want that back. Then we'll hear that. And that's great. But I think the problem is, right, it wasn't being utilized. And maybe that's different reasons. Maybe it's because of location, maybe it's because of the condition of it, maybe it's other things. But we used to have programming, we used to have games, and it went away. So we're gonna build another one. So I think what I heard is like, well, it'd just be nice to have a place where I could shoot at a net. So I can think of some basketball courts that can handle a net and a wall, maybe, right? So puck isn't flying. But that would be way less expensive than a new rink, and it maybe goes to what they were asking for. So anyways, it's I'm okay with whatever we want to do there.
What, just to that idea, would there need to be any additional budget for just looking around to see if a smaller Pumpkin.
I would think any kind of budget impacts could be absorbed through professional services or some other type of an operating line and just internal direction to staff time at this point in time. And if we decide that there would be higher levels of investment needed, we'd come back with a budget request.
The interest in the smaller.
Yeah.
Scaled down.
I thought that's what this item is.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not talking about something more. So we're talking about the 200,000.
No, sorry, I think we're talking about a $0 request for Adams Group to do some looking. But we're not looking for a site for a full hockey rink.
Right.
We're looking for, as Caleb said, someplace you can skate a little bit and shoot a puck.
Correct. That's the direction that we would take from you. The request from RAB was to consider the construction and the replacement. And maybe a middle ground for that is kind of what we've discussed here today.
That's kind of what I was hoping about. I thought it's not quite the same as what's on the line item. It's a smaller scaled down version. So we don't need to add that. Is there anything else? It sounds like in the end, we're not adding these items. Yeah, go ahead.
One question on the multi-use fields, the soccer fields, that's another thing that could be scaled down. It doesn't have to be a full-size soccer field for somebody to go out and practice kicking into a net.
We have thousands of those.
We do.
What we don't have is anywhere for someone to play soccer.
Really?
I mean, you can go to any park, it's grass, so you can go to any park and kick a soccer ball.
No, I mean into a net.
Yeah, that's a, I mean, those are just,
Okay.
those are,
That's okay.
no, it's terrible. No one goes by themselves and play soccer alone. Like, it's not really a thing. So,
Okay.
Okay. Any other
I
questions?
will say soccer fields generate money, so you'd probably get $400,000 a year in rental fees for a soccer field. Not a field, but like a soccer complex that had multiple fields. It's a revenue generator, like Boulder and Albion spends hundreds of thousands of dollars in soccer fields. So it's an actual revenue source, but maybe only enough to cover the cost. It's another piece, but we're not building a soccer field.
All right.
Mayor, I heard Councilmember Cooperman bring up the Sustainable Neighborhood Network, and I did not hear a
That's right.
response on that.
Yeah, no, you're right. That was another one. Any thoughts on that? Yeah.
So it would be interesting actually to hear maybe from Hannah what kind of that entails. 10,000 seems like an awful lot of money for something like that, especially since it's kind of, I mean, I'd like to learn more because if it's something like Firewise Neighborhoods, it's actually more generated by the community rather than staff. And I was wondering if it could be done for less, can it be done through some of the bag tax funds that we already have?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. So Sustainable Neighborhood Network is a program that was originally started in Lakewood. The $10,000 request is to get it started. That's how much it costs to pay into the nonprofit. And then it is essentially an activation of neighborhoods. So think within Louisville, your HOA. You're going to establish a group within your HOA to pitch your own sustainability idea. It could look a little bit different. So let's say you want to do a large turf removal or a group buy down, a group buy up heat pumps or something like that.
So it is actually similar to like Firewise Neighborhood. It is neighborhood initiated with the engagement of the people in that neighborhood to want to kind of group together to come up with a plan.
Yes, exactly. And then it's ongoing. So
Right.
it could last multiple years as long as the same folks are involved. And then when that turnover would happen, you can re-engage new neighbors as well.
So are there other options rather than having to pay a not-for-profit $10,000 to have this formula, that maybe this is something that there are other organizations do that don't need $10,000 to get that started?
I haven't seen any other organizations quite like this program. So this started within Lakewood and then it moved into a nonprofit model to help support the program launch. I haven't found anything that's similar to this before. So this would be the avenue I would prefer if we are going to move forward. I will say that without the nonprofit model, it'd be really hard to stand up internally if we were just given the direction to say sustainably go for this. I think it'd be rather difficult.
So explain to me then, what is it that is the gain for the neighborhood? I mean, like, does it have to have like 70% or more participation to like qualify? Did they get a designation? Is it that you then can go to the not-for-profit and find out what like rebates might be available if, that you don't already know about, that you don't already provide that information to our citizens?
It's kind of a choose your own adventure. So there's you as a neighborhood, depending on your group, you don't have to have, you can have 3 residents, you can have 50 residents. It really can range on the number. What it would do is you can receive recognition based on your project. So let's say your group is engaged in a project and you see it all the way through fruition, you can receive a gold recognition. And then you can have yard signs that are placed out saying, we are a sustainable neighborhood. We've been recognized for XYZ. There's different badges within Sustainable Neighborhood Network. So think different sectors of sustainability. So water conservation, decarb, waste, etc. It's really dependent on what your neighbors are asking for and what you would like to see in your own neighborhood. Does that help? It's very broad.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
So it sounds like it's an awesome program, really great. Again, off year in our 2-year budget cycle, I have a hard time. I mean, we just were able to find a compromise with like a net zero for the puck and stick, but I have a hard time adding things on when we're also talking about where do we find $1 million to reimburse for the permit fees? So this is great, it seems like, but I'm just not comfortable adding it on now, this year, in an off year in the budget cycle.
Other thoughts? Any other thoughts?
I'm good with it.
Good with
The 10,000.
adding it? Others? Got a couple. It can wait. One yes.
I agree with Councilmember Hamilton.
Okay, there's a no. Yes. And I think I'd be a yes on it. So that's 4. So adding, I think it's a small ask. I agree with the concern, though. I think it's anyway, so that's close, but add that. All right.
So it's ongoing too, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
So at this point, if council does not have any other feedback on these specific requests, and just for the advisory boards, we will be continuing the work plan, 2026 work plan discussion. So just because we didn't talk about it today doesn't mean that there's not an opportunity to talk about it in the future. But with that, I know we missed some slides. If there were any questions on the slides that we skipped, we're happy to cover. Also, we have public comment.
Yep, good public comment. Do we have people signed up? Go ahead. Yep. Right up to the mic. And just again, 3 minutes, and just state your name and where you're.
Sherry Summer, I'm a Louisville resident. I wanted to mention something that hasn't been mentioned in this meeting. Something that was in the finance committee meeting, the last Thursday. And that was, a discussion about a project, a water-related project at Red Tail Ridge that the city apparently has committed $2 million to fund. It's a $4 million project. And so Sterling Bay has committed 2 million and we're committed 2 million. But they can't pay their 2 million at the moment, so we're spotting them through customers' utility bills. This seems like a really interesting way to generate revenue, and I don't understand how this could be. Rob today said developers are supposed to build infrastructure. They pay for their own infrastructure. The residents have always been led to believe that the water tap fees and all the water related fees are set by Public Works and that development will pay its own way. And so this is a concern for me. I've written to my council members who are on the meeting and I haven't gotten a response yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Yes.
The reserve that was set for acquisitions, was it the 4.7?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Helen Moshak. I'm a Louisville resident. I wrote to council before the meeting and was making some high-level points, hoping for more discussion about the affordable housing 2 million that is part of the CIP that's planned for, I believe it's 2026, and it's on the list, looking for more sort of a concrete direction, plan, process for what we're going to do with that. I also wanted to make the case for recognizing parks and open space as core services, that we spend we are planning to spend millions of general fund dollars in support of parks for not only the general fund transfer that happens for operations, but millions over the 5 years, close to $6 million over the 5 years for capital projects. And if we're making that kind of investment, we should really acknowledge that these two programs are core funds, that these are incredible assets, that we would not just cut them loose. In fact, we can't sell open space. We can't just say we're done with this. So I think it's important to really think about what we mean by core services. It could be as simple as, what are we spending general fund on? In that case, open space is not a core service. I don't think citizens would be happy to hear that. I think there would be a lot of feedback on that. But I think if the question is, what are we doing as a community and where are our values? Open space and parks are just absolutely part of core services for this city. We really want to invest in climate action. So what can we do to keep the plans going, to keep movement going forward, to make sure that we have police vehicles? We live in Boulder County. I own an EV. There are chargers everywhere in this county. And unless we're doing major road trips with this, with our police vehicles, I think we could absolutely accelerate the purchase of EV vehicles. We can go down the street and use Electrify America at Walmart. I assume officers can do that if they're on the road and they need to fill their gas tank. So just some examples about how we really need to be thinking practically and for today, how do we make these changes at the city level? And then some urging to have more information available about the budget. If we could have tables with some of the charts, if we could have more discussion, more context for the history. We had like the graphs that showed the set aside for the acquisition, that it would be really helpful to have those numbers instead of just a bar graph, have the table underneath, just some feedback. We had 1.5 million in a reserve previously for acquisitions. It's gone now. Is there general fund we could contribute to that?
Thanks, Helen.
Thanks.
Any other requests for public comment? Thank you to the public for slogging away with us. Thank you to those. I don't know if there are any others online at this point. Thanks to all of the staff for all the hard work you have done to get us to this point. And thank you to council for a lively discussion and hard decisions. I knew this meeting would present some really difficult decisions. I think we attacked those as well as we can do it. And I think that there's direction to staff, hopefully, that's going to be very helpful. And I would, I guess, finally say these decisions that we've made today are, as I referred at the beginning, provisional. This isn't a final, we're not ready for a final budget. We don't have a city manager's recommendation on the budget. That's coming in early September. Based on all of the input and additional input that the public might have. So to the extent that anybody is interested in providing further information or getting further information, please send or ask, as the case may be. Anything else for the good of the order? Okay, it is 4:50. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay, no, not.